Good evening. Welcome to the Board of Trustees meeting. Let's call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock. Yeah, I've got to change that a little bit. Clerk Flintoff, call the roll, please.
Carey.
Present.
Yapel.
Present.
Flintoff, present. Brandt. Here. Knoll. Here. Reed. Here. Riser. Absent. Also present, Township Attorney Mariah Fink, Office Coordinator Christy Aiken.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Someday.
On to adoption of the agenda. Are there any suggestions or changes? Clerk Flintoff?
I would like to make a motion to move 03 and 04 to consent.
Okay.
I will second that motion.
Trustee Knoll?
And I would propose for 06 that we make a discussion and possible action item. Zero
I would take that as a friendly amendment. Would you, Kathleen?
Sure.
I also have some suggestions.
Okay.
If we could table 07 and 08 to a future meeting, let's say in April after the budget.
I'd recommend April 14th and those to come back as possible action at that time.
Okay.
I'm just a little concerned about piling up our April meetings, but, I mean, we can do it.
Well, then we could revisit at that time. I don't want to stay here. I mean, this is a long agenda, and we have a couple of presentations, and these two items just are not necessary this time.
So to move 07 and 08 to April 14th?
And you said possible action?
Yeah, for them to come back as possible action.
Okay, I'll support that.
Any other,
Well,
treasurer? Oh,
actually,
wait, who are you pointing at?
Chris J.
Oh,
If we're going to table those, we should probably let him know.
Let's finish the motion.
I would ask that we table 05 because it's not been vetted by our Township Labor Council, unless someone can tell me that it has been.
Support.
I am not in support of that.
Should we split the motion?
I think we should wait. We have trustee Reed here and trustee Riser, the ones.
We have a motion on the table, though.
You're right.
Yeah, let's split the motion.
Quinn's job is
So the motion on the table is Flintoff and Brandt moving 03 and 04 to consent, 06 to possible action, and moving 07 and 08 to April 14th. Motion by Flintoff, support by Brandt. I'll call the question.
Support.
Okay, I guess all in favor say aye. Okay, there he is. Well, we have a motion, so let's vote on this one and then we'll go to the, okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion passes.
And then there was a motion by Yapel and support by Flintoff regarding 05. Ryan, do you want to read your motion again? John Reiser has arrived at 5 after.
Yep, I would make a motion that we table 05 until it's reviewed by Township Labor Council.
Support.
I have a question. Mariah, did you review his proposal, or their proposal, I should say?
I've reviewed it, but I'm not your labor council, so. And it does have a lot of interaction with employees and employment questions.
Okay, that's interesting. Trustee Riser and Reed.
I'd like to see this get done, sooner rather than later. And to the extent that we need to have, as our liaison with outside counsel, if this is something we decide to do as a board, then we can certainly ask that attorney who has done this for other townships to liaise with Thacker. So what I don't want is postponement or a table or removing it under the guise of let's looping in Thacker.
I would just say, as the person who seconded it, it's not a guise. First, let me ask, David or John, have you had it reviewed by Bill Thacker, just to confirm?
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I would leave, there's several ongoing labor items that we're working through internally. And I think the board is aware of several of those. This could have an impact on those, and I don't want it, I'm not here to be the impetus in a wall, but I just want to make sure that we don't accidentally cause problems with the other items that we're dealing with.
Well,
What if we were to begin discussion tonight, but not take action tonight? Just make it a discussion only.
I am a little concerned, quite honestly, about a discussion at the board table, given, we've been notified about the union formation. We're supposed to have laboratory conditions. I would just say it could pretty quickly be, we could agree to bring it back in 2 weeks. I mean, but I don't think it's responsible to talk about things too deeply at a public meeting when you haven't even run it by our labor council. I mean, we have talked about all of these issues with our labor council.
this is
I don't
meant to
think
be
so.
an inward look at ourselves and how our chaos, how our relationships, how we treat each other, what we do to each other impacts those people. That is our support staff. If staff doesn't want to say anything because they're going to become a union, or if staff doesn't want to say anything, they don't have to. But this is really for us and how our occasional dysfunction and some strained relationships, and if I'm part of that, let me know, how our interactions with each other impact downward. So I think there's, I don't know, I think it could be conditioned upon that the work doesn't commence until the contracted attorney consults with our labor council to make sure that our labor council is in accord with what he plans on doing, like he's done in other townships and municipalities.
My final comment is just that I wasn't concerned about what staff may or may not say, John. I was concerned about what these board members here might say tonight about staff, and that's been part of the
During the
problem.
deliberations or during the actual investigation?
During this deliberation tonight.
Okay.
So that's all, John.
Do we have
I'll end.
Do we have a motion?
Yep, motion by Yeaple, support by Flintoff to table 05 until reviewed by Township Labor Council. I would suggest a friendly amendment, Ryan, that if you would be supportive to say, to return by March 24th.
I'm fine with that. Support.
I haven't commented yet.
Trustee Brandt?
Yeah, actually, John, I shared a comment with you about the cost for this. I think it should be tabled because it is a wide open plan with no guardrails. It looks like a concept and not a plan. I would like to see an actual statement of work, something you could use to form a contract, and this is just very, very loosey-goosey. It's wide open. How far back do you go? Do you want to talk to employees? Do you want to talk to the deputy treasurer previous? I don't know. It seems a little undisciplined, to say that. And it will be subject to criticism for that very reason.
Okay, and so we're having a discussion. Should we just keep this and then, so we have a motion on the table. We have support. Let's take a vote on this and then we'll move to whatever the answer is, then we'll go to the next. Okay? Clerk Flintoff, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Sure. Motion by Yeaple, support by Flintoff, to table 05 until reviewed by the Township Labor Council and to return to the board on March 24th. Roll call vote, per our rules of order. Tonight, we're starting with Riser. Riser?
No.
Carey?
No.
Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
No.
Reed?
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
I have one more agenda item we should add. Calling the special meeting for next week. Unless,
Wait, the 2 special meetings?
yes.
3. Oh, no.
3?
Now there's 3. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so Christie,
I left the list for Supervisor Carey on her chair.
did I bring it? I think I did.
Jill, no.
Word of review
So-
and now here.
Sorry.
I can just tell you too, Jillian, it would be April.
Well,
Okay, however you want to do it. I have the dates
I
and
thought we
times
were
in my
going to do that
head.
during reports.
That's fine, however you want to
Okay,
do
we
it.
can do that during
Yeah,
reports, that's
okay.
fine.
So 2 for me and 1 for you. Okay. All right, let's go back to the adoption of the agenda.
I have one suggestion, if it's not too late. I would ask that the fire chief's 2025 year-end report, which was a great report, great PowerPoint, be moved up to consent because we've seen it, and if we need to ask any questions about it, we can contact him individually or just ask him now. But we've seen the report. I would ask it to go into consent.
I'm supportive of that unless the chief would like to speak tonight.
Chief, are you good with that?
Perfectly fine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so thank you for that. Going back to, what was it, 05?
Yes.
Just, so we're keeping it on the agenda, or is there a different motion that you want, I'm sorry.
At this juncture, it's on the agenda.
Okay.
We'll talk about it at
All right,
11:05.
just wanted to be clear. So
We'll get there.
is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Oh, did you-
Reed. I think.
Trustee Reed? Okay.
I'll support.
I guess we'll do a voice vote since that's it. All in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, say aye. Aye. Oppose? Agenda as amended is adopted. Great. Okay. Declaration of conflict. Any? Everybody looks down, so that means no. Correspondence is received. Clerk Flintoff, I think you said earlier in an email there was more that came through and you had uploaded them to the,
I just uploaded through yesterday.
okay. Any comments about correspondence?
I just make one very quick one, sorry.
Sure.
Thank you to everyone that corresponded with the township through the many emails and comments about the multimodal transit committee and bus service. And we look forward to hearing your public comments and, yeah, thank you.
I have a comment, and I know we're gonna receive FOIA appeals under K2, but is there, and I've asked before about it, is there like a spreadsheet that chronicles for at least 2005, Jan 1, 25 rather, going forward, of what the FOIA requests are, like who made them, what do they want, what the status is, denied, partially, is there some kind of dashboard that either board members or the public could look at that to see where we are with respect to these FOIAs?
There's no document, John. As I've explained to you before, there's the folders and the files. in the share folder, and this has been, you know, the FOIA log has been FOIA'd before, and it doesn't exist, certainly. But I can give you some data if you want, and if the board wants to talk about FOIAs, we can. Like, for example, in February 2026, we had 38 FOIA requests, which is an unusually high number. We normally have between 100 and 150 in a year. So in February, we had 38. 19 of them were from one individual. 17 of them were from another individual. 2 of them were from 2 other individuals. So 95% of them were from 2 residents.
Can you state who those residents are, please?
I mean, I think they're in the packet here.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's Jonathan Greenberg and Renee Smallwood, but at some point, can't Renee Smallwood have every document within the fire department? Can't she have
So in terms
FOIA'd
of what,
everything by now?
so interesting question. So definitely, I think probably, I don't know how many thousands of pages have been produced over the couple of years for Ms. Smallwood. It's well within her right. Certainly, Mr. Greenberg as well, who's taken a recent interest in FOIAs. The typical FOIA was, you know, with the exception of 2 out of our 18,000 residents, the typical FOIA is around kind of parcel information, John, like developers and things. Certainly, Jillian, you know, has in the past had need to, you know, request emails or, you know, computer logs, stuff like that. But the typical ones are really around parcel information. In terms of the interest, the types of topics, Ms. Smallwood is interested in the chief's calendar, the assistant chief's calendar, the code enforcement calendar, Fink and Fink invoices, copies of FOIAs, fire incident reports, burn permits, and those are generated each month, John.
Okay.
So those get reviewed, improved, and shared. Certainly email pulls, you know, do you provide them in a PST? Do you take the time and try to put them in a PDF? That takes a different type of software, which, you know, I've gotten. In terms of text messages, you know, I think you all know sometimes I email out, hey, somebody wants, you know, every public record that's, you know, in your personal email, which once in a while there are. So,
But is that something like that, like if we hire 04, you know, an administrative clerk, job description, is that?
there is no shortage of work to be delegated and shared, John, if we had more staff, and Christy, that's one of her plans.
And I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be, I'm not trying to criticize you, I'm really not. I'm just trying to get
And
it's like we're getting inundated with FOIA appeals, and I guess if you had more resources to end.
I don't think, I would say one, more resources is always good. I think at the end of the day, this board needs to determine though, should, you know, 7,500 taxpayers be paying for a fee for service, you know, from, you know, a handful of residents. I mean, we do charge for FOIA for a reason.
We're allowed to.
I would also say, you know, in terms of disposition of the appeals, certainly I would defer to Christy and our attorney for those, but just because somebody is submitting a lot of appeals doesn't mean any of them are
Meritorious.
valid. Yeah.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but I mean,
Like, because some of the appeals are, I deny a request because a record doesn't exist. It gets appealed. Guess what? It still doesn't exist.
so I guess for me, it would be nice to someday have like a FOIA log where it's like date, who FOIA'd it, what did they want, when did we respond, and was it granted or denied? And then just like this running tally, it's a pain in the butt, because I have to work with this stuff in Ann Arbor, so I get it.
And there's staff.
Yeah.
And that city council. So again, if the board of trustees, but just like zoning compliances, we don't ask the general taxpayers to pay for a developer's zoning compliance, do we?
No.
We don't ask the general public to pay for your sprinkler use. Those are user fees. And so certainly, John, and I know Christy has a plan to train up the new person, should they be hired, you know, to
Which
support
I'm
with
gonna
FOIA. But certainly, you know, I mean, across the organization, there's probably 8 different people who help with FOIAs, you know, depending on the different area.
I get the depth and the breadth across the organization that they are, but It's that damn law, the state law that lets people do it. It'd be just be
And,
nice
and
to have
I
a-
fully support and everyone exercising their rights. It's not, but I wouldn't say that there has been any withholding of any records that exist that are not exempt. And it's very few and far between. Once in a blue moon, something's exempt. I certainly don't make anything exempt without my attorney saying that is exempt.
Well, thank you for your extended response. I would just ask you again to give some consideration on a log that kind of says, because at some point, I'm going to say, okay, Renee Smallwood, what do you need now, or when were you going to be satisfied, or it'd be nice
Would you
as a
like to,
policy
would you
maker.
like to meet with her with me?
I'm sure, I'd be more than willing to meet with any resident, but it'd be nice to have like a view from the sky of these things, because we're getting a lot of communications, we're getting a lot of appeals, and maybe this is just a passing fad and this too shall pass. So let me know if there's something I can do to help.
Yep, I will. Thank you, John.
Okay, moving on. Moving on to public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter, and we generally begin with anybody present. So if you would like to speak, come up to the table here with the microphone. Christy, is that microphone on?
I turned it on.
Okay, thank
We'll
you.
see how it
Oh,
does.
yeah. Hi. Oh,
It's on. It's not, it doesn't work very well, so sorry about that. I think it helps for those in the back, but we'll hear you.
Michael McIntyre, 424 Little Lake Drive. Trustees, officers, I wanted to comment that bus service is a basic part of productive life in Scio Township, and I urge you to support continuity of service. I applaud your past decisions to do so. I personally have relied on the number 30 bus and its predecessors for many years for transit to work, events, and errands. It's highly valuable for getting downtown to Ypsilanti or Myers. I'm also happy to observe neighborhood kids using the bus for their independence. Number 30 is a big community impact for good, and I hope you can find an affordable way forward with working with AATA. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Hello, board members. My name is Priyan. I'm one of the HOA board members of the Trailwoods community, just back here, the new developer community. We've had an increase in speeders, people just driving recklessly through the neighborhood, driving recklessly during bus hours specifically. We've contacted the sheriff quite a bit, and we've been told that since we are a private community, a lot of those rules cannot be enforced. I'm kind of looking for some guidance on behalf of the HOA over there on where we can proceed forward to make sure that, people in our community are safe, children are safe, and that, nothing reckless happens, and to find a way to kind of enforce laws in our community, only because we've been told that since it's a private neighborhood, those laws cannot be enforced. So looking for some guidance on your guys' behalf on where to proceed forward with this matter.
Well, thank you. Prin, is that?
Priyan, yeah.
Priyan.
Brian, yes.
Yeah, could you send me an email?
Yes.
And I'll look into it.
No problem. Thank you. I
Yep,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Hi, I'm Joel Devonshire, 521 Little Lake Drive. I came tonight to just speak in favor of the bus, particularly Route 30 at AAA. I was a longtime resident for many years in Ann Arbor, and never, while I lived there, didn't really understand kind of like how the townships worked, and always sort of thought of Scio Township, particularly the Jackson Road corridor, as sort of, that's where all the car dealerships are, and you just go out there if you need, to go shopping or whatever. And it wasn't until after I went to grad school and moved around a little bit, and then the prospect came to move back to the area. and I got a job at the U of M, and was trying to find out where should I live, and learned about these co-housing communities that are here. And I had some concerns at the time because I knew that I was going to be located in Ann Arbor. I felt uncomfortable about being so far removed from town. We have a 14-year-old child who was going to start high school. And so we're just trying to figure it all out. And I had these reservations, but once I learned that there was a steady bus route that went, every day at regular times, very frequently, I was just really relieved. And that was a big factor in my decision to choose Scio Township to live in. I was also pleased shortly after that decision to find out there was a meeting happening in the township to talk about the Jackson Road corridor generally, and about how there was an awareness of a need for greater quality of life for the residents there, for just to have a greater sense of balance, so that it didn't just seem like that's where the car dealerships are. So now to find out that this service that I rely on to get to work, particularly in the winter, but using that service every day to get to work, or every week rather, and that our kid relies on that line as well to get to their high school. They split and roll between Skyline and Community High School right downtown. And from the school district's perspective, they're like, well, you can ride AAA-TA, then that's great. We don't need to provide a bus for you. So, they rely on that to get downtown, connect to their school, connect to their community. I rely on it to get to work. I understand. Budget constraints are real. When I saw the numbers, I realized, okay, there's a real problem here, and I get that it's a tough thing. But I guess I would just really implore you to try what you can to figure out a way to, whether it's increasing the millage in a special whatever. I think the community would support that, or work with other partners to just try to find some other ways to restore, to save the bus, because it really is, I think, something that really adds quality of life. And there are a lot of people that don't just use it, but they have to, because there are no other options. And so I just really would really hope that you make it a priority to do whatever you can to save the bus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Parnell. I live on 560 Little Lake Drive, Unit 30. I live in Touchstone Co-housing, so I live in one of these co-housing communities as well. I personally own a car. I work for a car company, but I'm a huge fan of transit. I'm a big believer in it. Partly for environmental reasons. For people to live sustainable lifestyles, it's helpful for people to not have to own a car, or at least to have fewer vehicles in their household. And so having transit is really important. Ideally, I would like more transit in Scio Township, certainly not less. Even though I have actually used the 30 bus multiple times for various, special reasons, whether it be my car had an issue, or I just wanted to go downtown and use the bus. So I really hope that you can find some way to keep funding it. I do think there are ways in which the bus route could be tweaked to increase ridership. But yeah, I definitely hope that you can save the 30 bus, really prioritize sustainability in our community, help people who work at the university or study at the university to still live here in Scio Township without having to deal with the expenses of owning a car. So yeah, for that and other reasons, please save the 30 bus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else present? Just come on up.
Hi, my name is Ian. I also live at Touchstone Co-housing at 560 Little Lake Drive. And I just moved there in August. And I too was a little bit concerned about how far away from downtown Ann Arbor all of the co-housing, Sunward, Great Oak, and Touchstone all were. But it did put my mind at ease a great deal. that I was moving from Madison, Wisconsin, which has a great public transportation system, great bus system. And so it put my mind at ease a great deal to move from one place with a public transportation system to another, because I don't have a car, I don't drive. I never got around to getting my driver's license. So it made me much more confident in my ability to get a job, which I now have. Today was my first day. I started at the University of Michigan Hospital, and yeah, thank you. And that getting that job, all the interviews and all the appointments and all the immunizations and vaccinations and paperwork and everything that was required to get that job would have been completely impossible for me without the bus service, and namely without the 30 bus from Jackson and Parkland. If I, for instance, had to walk all the way down to Jackson and Wagner, I start work at 8 o'clock in the morning at the hospital. So walking to Jackson and Wagner while it's still dark out just would not be a viable option for me. I have to get up at 5 o'clock as it is. So the 30 bus from Jackson Wagner was a huge reason why I moved here in the first place, and it was a huge reason why I got the job that I have. The ID that they handed me said that it expires in 5 years. So I'm in this this job for the long haul. So I would very much like to be, and so I just don't see that working out without the 30 bus. And the paperwork that they handed me said that it's about 10% of the budget for the ATA. And so I genuinely don't have a solution in terms of finding the money, but I think, again, it's just so important that I would just very much encourage cutting transportation. I think should be among the last resort, if at all necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Hi.
My name's Tom Smythe. I also live at Touchstone, 560 Little Lake Drive. When I was a kid, I didn't grow up here, but I grew up in a town of a similar size, St. John's, Newfoundland, and which has a good bus service. And just the sense of freedom that I had as like a, 11, 12, 13 plus year old, being able to ride that bus all over town was amazing. And my dad would always joke that I had a stack of all the different bus route brochures, those little paper things, and then I was like the most knowledgeable person in the city about all the buses. And I have 2 kids now. One of them just took off somewhere. Maybe they're riding the bus, I don't know. And the other one is sitting there in the green shirt, and he's about to be that age. And I think for some of the same reasons that Ian expressed, I wouldn't want him to have to walk all the way down to Jackson and Wagner and cross that really big intersection and so forth. But walking up, Parkland Plaza up to Jackson Road feels like something he could do, and be able to have that same sense of freedom. And for the 30 bus to disappear right as he's about to be able to use it would be really a bummer. So I hope you can find a way to keep it around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Judge. I also live at Touchstone, Little Lake Drive. I'm a senior rider, and I moved here from Wisconsin and was so pleased to be able to get a senior pass, which I use often. And I live in this community where there's 4 different housing developments where I live, and I often see people, walking up from Lakestone, which is another housing community. So I often pick them up on my way up the hill to go to the bus. So I'm not sure any of them are here today, so I guess I'm here speaking for them because I see so many of them walking from as I drive by. I try and use the bus a lot to go downtown so I don't have to drive. I came from a little town in Wisconsin where you didn't have to pay for parking, and now I'm in Ann Arbor, and oh boy. So I try and use the bus for that and to go to the YMCA. So I'm asking you to support the 30 bus.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello. My name is Willa, and I live at Great Oak, which is just right next to Touchstone. I've lived there since I was 3, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my community, as well as everyone else, to advocate for the preservation of this bus line. I see my neighbors using it every day. It's so important to this community to have this accessible, one-seat ride to get to work, to get to see their friends, to get anywhere. It's incredibly valuable to them and myself. As a young teen, the freedom that I have to be able to take the bus around, I can't drive anywhere, and it's not safe to walk anywhere. So it's incredibly important to me that this bus stop is preserved. I'm here with everyone else, just expressing how important it is. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Will.
Thanks, Willa.
Please, everyone, make sure that your cell phones and notification
All the bus 30
is
people
turned
I
off
wanna let
or
go
turned on.
first.
We got a couple more.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Oh, is that?
Sure. Yeah.
Hi,
Hi.
members of the board. It's really nice to see all of you. I hope it's okay that I start by asking you a simple yes or no question. I just wonder how many of you have ridden the 30 bus in the past week? I really, really encourage you to ride the 30 bus, but since you haven't, I hope that I can take a few minutes to tell you about some of the people that you would meet if you took the time to ride it. You would meet a grandfather who moved here to be closer to his family and relies on the bus to go visit and take care of his grandchildren. You would meet people who cannot get driver's licenses, including the young woman that I met on Saturday who had to give up her license because she suffers from seizures. You would meet a custodian who lives in Ypsilanti and commutes at 10 p.m. because she cleans the mire on Jackson Road overnight. So she takes it at 10 p.m. and then at 7 a.m. the next morning. And you would meet lots of workers who are coming from all corners of the Ann Arbor area to work in Scio, including healthcare professionals, as well as patients who are going to one of Scio's major clinics. We have IHA Trinity, and we have Michigan Medicine at Parkland Plaza. You would also meet parents and children, including my 3-year-old. And you would meet families who are living at Scio's family shelter at Alpha House. And for them, the 30 bus is essential. It is the way that they go look for housing, the way that they commute to jobs, the way that they get back on their feet. And finally, you would meet people with disabilities. You can see that I am in a wheelchair. And for people with disabilities, transit is an invaluable source of independence and dignity. For many of my neighbors, including friends who live at Lakestone and friends who live in the co-housing communities, they are able to live on their own thanks to public transit. They take the Wave bus, they take the 30 bus, and this is the way that they are able to live their lives. And finally, I would just say that many of us, as you've heard here, moved to Scio because it's so well connected, right? Because we knew that we would have access to the Wave bus and the 30 bus. Many of us in this room voted for the 5-year millage, and so the fact that the 30 bus is now on the chopping block has been a big surprise and is of great concern to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anybody else for the bus? Okay. Thank you. Trustees, hi. My name is Devin. I also live at 560 Little Lake Drive. We don't own a car, and I commute every day to work on the 30. I would not have moved to Scio if the 30 didn't exist. I would not have moved to Scio if it was just the wave proposed. So I went to the meeting and talked to the staff of the wave, and I will say I'm extremely grateful for the efforts that the wave staff made to reach out to us. That's I think how I initially found out about this, and then told some other people, and told some other people, and I think a lot of people wouldn't even know that this proposal had been put together. And so I'm grateful for the work that was done there. I'm also grateful for on Nextdoor, Trustees Flintoff and Yapel both provided some helpful information about the budget. With that gratitude, I just want to say I really want to know how. We've had one proposal, and I'll get to a couple of reasons why I think that one proposal is not going to work for most of the people who currently use it, which is a lot of people, as you're seeing. But I'd also like to see some scenarios. I guess if I could request from the board, what are the trade-offs here? I know that we're in a difficult position. This is because of a budget shortfall. It wasn't approached as a strategic planning response to limited ridership or something as in the long-term planning. This is kind of an emergency thing. So that doesn't mean that it's happening because of a budget shortfall. And so I'd like to see some different ways of dealing with the budget shortfall. One thing to keep in mind, especially for those of you who don't ride the bus or are familiar with transit, cutting a transit line, even temporary, even for 1 year, it's not like leaving a fire station vacant. It's like knocking the fire station down. Because people that rely on that transit have to move away. They can't just, find another solution, right? They have to leave, and the other people don't move in. Or people buy cars, they find alternative ways of getting to where they're going. And you see this post-pandemic with a lot of transit systems around the country struggling because they were disrupted. And so even if you're viewing this as a temporary thing, don't, because it's not a temporary, God, if it happens, then please bring it back. But it's going to be really hard to rebuild the long-term ridership that we see on the 30. So I say cutting because I've looked at the Sprinter proposal, and there's several reasons why this is not going to work. I think the Wave does a critical service. My dad has mobility issues and uses the Wave exactly for its purpose. I think it's a fit-for-purpose thing that helps people with mobility issues get from point A to point B. It is not for commuters like all of us. Commuters need something that's regular, that's scheduled, that goes the long hours that commuters might ride, and is very reliable. And a big transit system like AATA is capable of providing that reliability, sun or shine or staffing shortage or whatever. They're capable of planning, they're capable of punctuality and reliability so that I can get to work and be at work when I need to be at work at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. or somebody 10 p.m., right? One other important thing for businesses that rely on people that use the 30, either for their employees or their commuters, especially for people that might be coming into Scio to shop, when they search how to get to anywhere in Scio, if the regular scheduled transit is gone, it's no longer going to show up in Google Maps if there's any way to get there, and they just won't come. The students won't come to the rock climbing gym. People won't come out to eat here. People won't come, even if there is technically a service, the on-demand proposed service like the Sprinter, if it doesn't show up on Google Maps. And if it's not reliable, steady, etc., they go out once. Even if we do get the Wave on Google Maps and we have a reliable service that covers a substitution, if it doesn't work once, they're not going to come out again. And this is a really big issue for the future development of Scio and our integration with the broader community. So I think this if the 30 is cut and we try to go our own way on transit, we are severing ourselves and transit, and it's going to be, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do it as good. And then finally, in the last 30 seconds, I'll just add a couple more people. I met yesterday a young man who was so excited, just like Ian was talking about, so excited about this new thing. He just got into pre-med school at the university, and he lives in Scio, and he relies on the 30, currently commuting out to community college in Ipsy via the 30, and it will soon be commuting to the University of Michigan. And he said, I'm totally screwed if this bus goes away. I see also in the back of the bus some teenagers that live on the other side of Meyer, and they walk to Meyer like a mile, and then they get the 30 because for the teens, for the kids, for all the future teens and kids. It's the only way that they can get anywhere. So I'll just say for like all of the future possible development of the community, like please keep the reliable professional service that AATA is able to offer. Unless we can find $45,000, I'd like to see some options about where that might come from. I realize it involves trade-offs, but I want to work that through with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin.
Go ahead, if you don't mind. This will be really quick because I'm Melissa and I live at Touchstone. I just turned 70. I just got my bus pass, not realizing that it may not be of use to me here. So I pretty much ditto everything that people have said here, and I don't want to take up your time, but I do want to say as an end thing, what message are we sending to people when we are not inviting them into our community? It's the opposite of hospitality, and I don't want to be a part of a community that says, okay, you're welcome up to here, but not here. I don't like that message. It makes me uncomfortable, and so I'm hoping you will reconsider this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to be so fast. I don't know if anyone has noticed how weirdly warm it is today. It was almost 80 degrees, and that is because of the climate crisis. Public transit is huge for cutting greenhouse gas emissions, and we should be promoting public transit and not cutting it. I know we can find a way. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to let all of y'all go. Thank you so much. Hi there, Caroline Altamar, Scio resident. I know I'm not supposed to address the gallery, but this is so exciting to see so many people, young people, speaking up, getting involved in their government. I just think it's thrilling. I'm just like, this is making me over the moon. I just think it's wonderful. There's been some comments from people on Zoom that some of you may not have your microphones on, or somehow there's a microphone delay, or it's not aiming at your mouth or something like that, but they're having trouble hearing something. Just FYI. I wanted to say today, I wanted to thank Trustees Reiser and Reed for submitting Agenda Item 05. Many residents, including myself, have been begging you all to get help in remedying the dysfunctional situation at Town Hall. Most of you have voiced support for such an action, though I must admit your support was quite non-committal in nature. A brief, quote, "I'd support that," unquote, in passing that is buried amongst other statements. This is your chance to prove to residents and unhappy staff members that you indeed want to get things better. As I've said before, you all don't have the knowledge, qualifications, or quite frankly, the desire to do it to yourselves internally. If you had, it would be done by now. I would also like to add that fact-finding and interviews is one very important part of the process. After that is the therapy, the counseling by person or persons that have experience in remedies. I believe that a management consulting firm has expertise in both stages and this process. Please don't disappoint those counting on you to employ outside help. Your vote tonight will speak volumes for your commitment or lack thereof for making an actual culture change in Town Hall. Frankly, if any of you feel that someone else besides you is the problem, what on earth have you got to lose? Secondly, I'd like to commend the agenda item that finally gets Christy Aiken the monies that she deserves. I'm happy for you, Christy. My full congratulations.
Thank you.
That being said, and meaning no disrespect to Christy, it is odd to me that her pay increase is tied to her list of duties, full stop. And yet, when this board was presented with the long list of statutory duties of the supervisor last year, you denied her pay increase against the recommendation of the Compensation Committee. A denial not based on her long list of responsibilities and duties, like you're using for Christy, but rather on the weak tea of an excuse of being a part-time position. And please don't respond to this comment by saying you didn't ever say it was a part-time position, because we have you on videotape saying just that. Lastly, I'd like to point out a glaring incongruity. There have been several attempts to hobble the supervisor in response to her behavior. You've all had 45 minutes reprimanding our assessor and reminding her that she had made an error at a public meeting. All of these done publicly. So where is the public resolutions, reprimands, whatever, to both Trustee Brandt and Treasurer Gable for their transgressions? Trustee Brandt for her explosion at a meeting at Town Hall on February 18th that resounded throughout Town Hall and created much unrest. And Treasurer Gable for telling staff in Town Hall that he had the votes to dismiss our finance manager, or finance director. Both of these acts were terribly damaging to morale, and yet there's no condemnation to the stocks for either one of them. Oh, and you say that these were handled internally, so don't worry. Then why the public shaming in the other cases? This smacks of cronyism in the worst way to me. Lastly, I want to support Trustee Reiser's suggestion of a FOIA log. I think that it's absolutely positively necessary, and I think that it's way overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Anyone else present would like to speak?
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Fatima. I'm a heavy user of, I live in co-housing also, and I'm a heavy user of the number 30 bus for many years. Actually, I used to walk from Wagner to Little Lake before the number 30 bus was added. Was the added to that road. So I was very happy to know that we have a number 30 bus, and I've been riding it since then. And I'd be so sad if it's not there anymore, because I don't own a car, and so I rely on the bus. So please consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima.
Hi.
My name is Sam Bamitz. I'm the new pastor at Scio Community Church. I just started a couple of weeks ago. So I wanted to introduce myself, thank you. Introduce myself as the new point person with the township and express interest in understanding the issues that the township is facing and seeing how the church can help the residents and the board to face these challenges. Hopping on the bandwagon of the bus, I just wanted to express that as many other organizations, I'm sure, in the township, we are happy to have that, to be able to minister, especially to students in Ann Arbor. So it's also important for us to have that for that reason. So yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay.
My name is Bruce Conybear. I live at 2740 Park Ridge. I'm curious the extent to which and I simply don't know the answer, so I'll just say I'm curious, the bus budget shortfall is caused by the termination of the DDA. And if there's anything that can be done to resurrect the DDA in the fashion it was acting before, without having to start over. But if there's any way to, look back at the actions that were taken to terminate it, is there any way to rescind those actions to terminate it and try and, resurrect it where it was before? And if that has something to do with the bus issue, solve that bus issue that way, and otherwise, keep the benefits of the DEA. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Anyone else present? Oh.
Good evening.
Good evening, Carol.
My name is Carol Fletcher, longtime resident. I'd also like to speak to the issue of the DDA and the dissolution of it. There's a pretty damning article online that brings out a lot of points as to why dissolving the DDA was not a good idea. I'm assuming that most of you have read it. If not, you might find it of interest. So my first reaction was, this was a terrible move. Although I do note that our treasurer, April, did not think it was a good idea, but the majority did. So then I'm thinking, well, maybe this is a biased point of view. There are generally two sides to a question. So I'm curious as to why some of the board members thought it was a good idea. And Trustee Reed, I'm going to ask you, I know next to nothing about you, but I have observed you at a number of the board meetings. You generally do not speak up in a great amount, but when you do, you come across as an experienced businessman who has been quite successful. I would honestly appreciate it if in the board response, you could tell me what was positive about dissolving the DDA. I don't think you would make a frivolous vote. I don't see you as a frivolous person. You know, help me understand, please, the other side of this coin. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present? Okay, we are moving to online. Christy, anyone on Zoom with their hands raised?
Yes, we have first up Jonathan Greenberg, followed by Gwyneth. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Jonathan Greenberg. I'm from scionews.com. I encourage you all to go to scionews.com and sign up for articles and notes. I was going to speak about Bus 30, but it's been covered. I just uploaded an article this afternoon about Bus 30 and some of the excellent comments that were made out on Nextdoor and some of the concerns that I do share along with everyone apparently in the room. I do want to speak about the FOIA issue, though. I've filed 10 FOIA appeals against Scio Township. 5 are on tonight's consent agenda, and I want to take a couple of minutes to make sure the board understands what it is approving and what isn't on the agenda yet. I'm very disheartened to hear Jessica try to blame, quote, a few residents for her utter failure in doing her job. I am one of those residents. Things are not as she described. I won't speak for others, but I can tell you about my experience. Over the past several weeks, I've filed public records requests on topics that directly affect Scio Township residents, including how much money has been spent on legal fees, on an internal investigation, and on stationing a sheriff's deputy at these meetings. Every single response was handled not by the clerk, not by the clerk's office, but by an outside legal counsel billing us, the residents, at $275 per hour. Those responses applied a document search and delivery rate charge of $50.72 per hour, and that's an important number. Hang on to that for a second. It happens to be exactly what the township clerk earns. The clerk makes $105,000 a year, and she has a deputy clerk. Responding to public records requests is her job. Instead, every response came from a $275 per hour attorney. At the correct rate, 2 hours of work costs $42.30, typical of neighboring community, and that is below the threshold of $50 and wouldn't require any fee at all. At $50.72 an hour, 1 hour is enough to trigger a charge and require a requester to either pay or walk away. That is not a coincidence. All responses applied blanket exemptions without identifying a single specific document. That is not lawful denial under MC 15.235.4. Records related to the deputy costs were denied twice with no explanation and no response to a clarified resubmission. The township's position on that one is essentially take us to court. Tonight, 5 of those appeals will be approved on the consent agenda. recommended by the same firm that issued every denial. No discussion required, but those 5 are not the whole picture. 5 more were filed in the past 2 days after this packet was assembled. The board has 10 business days from tonight to act on all 10. The clock starts now on every one of them, whether they're on the consent agenda or not. I hope the board will add the remaining 5 to this consent agenda and approve them as well. My question for the record is this: can any member of the board explain why residents are paying $275 per hour for an attorney to deny records that are now being recommended for approval tonight? This is a game. I want to be clear about why I'm here. Scio News does not accept money. It does not run advertising. I fund it out of my own pocket so that Scio residents know how their money is being spent. I have no interest in profiting from this township. When I sue and win, I will not accept civil or punitive damages. I don't want to hurt Scio Township. I want a township that is responsive to its residents, not one that has been reshaped into a power structure built around, by, and for the clerk. On the question of the board and employee relations, this board should know that after I published my report on the OHM meeting, where Trustee Brandt pointed her finger in a consultant's face, berated staff, and told the elected supervisor of the township to leave the room, Trustee Brandt's response was not reflection, it was retaliation. She immediately called for an internal investigation to identify which employees had spoken to me. That is not a board protecting its staff. That is a board intimidating them. And that behavior does not exist in isolation. There are now more than 25 documented actions taken against the supervisor by the clerk and her allies. One of them was an illegal attempt to ban the supervisor from Township Hall, an action so unpopular that nearly 2 hours of public comment was delivered against it, with a single person speaking in favor. It was quietly abandoned with nothing to show for it but a waste of time and wasted money. Every plot, every maneuver, every dirty trick carries a price tag. If this clerk has enough bandwidth to sustain that kind of campaign against the supervisor, she has enough bandwidth to process public records requests without handing them to an attorney at $275 an hour.
Excuse me, Jonathan, your 5 minutes is up.
I have one last thing to say. Any trustee who votes against item 0.5 is making a choice. Don't hide behind fiduciary responsibility. Every good manager knows that a workplace.
Jonathan?
Yes?
Your
Okay,
5 minutes is up.
That's fine. Thank you. Have a great night.
Same to you. Anyone else online?
Oh, yeah, there are several hands up. Next up is Gwyneth, followed by Lee. Go ahead, Gwyneth.
Hi, thank you for hearing my comment. I am a disabled resident of the Touchstone co-housing out Jackson Road. I just moved to Scio Township months ago. I made the choice because there was accessible transit to where I live, 560 Little Lake Drive. I would not have purchased in the township and moved my life there had there not been public transit to my home. This not only impacts me as a motorized wheelchair user, but my father, who is a bus rider due to cognitive decline. He won't be able to visit me. Even the wave bus is too complex for him, so he needs to get on the 30 bus. Other members of my community, as members, friends and colleagues are members of my disability community, depend on the bus system to navigate the city. I wanted to tell you that this canceling the 30 bus would make me isolated. I'm in a wheelchair, by the way, because I was crushed as a pedestrian by a car whose driver shouldn't have been driving due to injury. There was no bus service to the business he was headed towards when he crushed me against a strip mall due to his Achilles boot getting stuck on the accelerator. Limiting bus service is a safety concern that forces unfit drivers who have no option but to drive. Please don't make me try to motor all the way to Wagner. Safety for all is at stake, and I understand that there's a cost, and there was a cost. So please just consider the disability community when you think about the 30 bus. Thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you, Gwyneth.
Okay, next up is Lee and Jennifer
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Hi, Lee. Can you hear
Okay.
us?
Yeah, okay. So I'm Lee. I live at Lake apartment and I moved in 2014 and I remember when I had to take my wheelchair all the way down to Wagner to get on the number 9 or I will take the waiver to Wagner to get the 9, but you will have to wait every 2 hours to go downtown and one and in 2015 when the Lord come to parking in the park, I can go whenever I want in a half hour. And with that, and without it, I cannot go downtown enough. I can't go to the movies. I can't go to everything. I can't go anywhere. Anywhere.
Lee? Yep, thank you.
Okay, next up is Jennifer Jansen, followed by Mark Altmer. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hello. Can you all hear me?
Hi. Yes.
I live in co-housing, and I'm the parent of an 11-year-old who we thought would be taking the bus to the new Daycroft Montessori Middle School that is going to open in Carytown in the fall of 2027. I know we also have other kids in our community who go to community high, and I also love riding the bus with the kids in the summer, going to Top of the Park and just helping them grow and be able to have connection to the community and independence that we all want for our kids, but have less of because they could so easily be crushed by cars in places like Scio Township with so many car dealership entrances and exits from Jackson Road that are just too unsafe for even smart 13-year-olds to bike down by themselves. So we really are isolated out here thanks to the intensity of car infrastructure. And the bus allows these kids to be able to start to grow and develop in the ways I think as adults and as parents we all want our kids to be able to do. I'm also an occasional bus rider for my own purposes, and my husband rides his bike a few times a week to U of M and uses the bus as a backup, and that allows us to have one car. Public transit also is, as was said earlier, is one of the most important, it's actually one of the most cost-effective solutions that we have to address climate and development challenges. So a bus can reduce greenhouse gases emissions by like 2/3 per passenger per mile compared to driving your own vehicle. And so shifting to public transit is essential to curbing climate change. And at the same time, there's all these other benefits that you know about, right? Being able to decrease traffic fatality rates, which is a huge problem in Ann Arbor that we're trying to address, but need everything we can get. Helps folks be more active and have access to jobs. I was on the bus some recently and talking to folks and seeing people in the panic in their eyes when I told them about the potential ending of bus number 30. And some of these folks are maybe less likely than some of us wealthier residents to be able to pop out on a Tuesday evening to be able to talk with you all. But there are a lot of folks who looked quite concerned when I was talking to them about this. So it's also key to sort of like an equitable future. Like, who do we want to be, right? Do we want to be equitable? Do we want to care about climate change? Do we want to help people get to their jobs? Do we want to help kids to be able to develop and like get into town and live their lives and go to school independently? Once a service is cut, as Devin said, it can take a decade or more to rebuild ridership. It's not limited, it's not limited to the 1 year, something that maybe you might think it would be cut. It's not limited to lower income riders. It ripples through the entire community, right? It impacts employers, businesses, the competitiveness of Scio Township. Do you want to open a business somewhere where your probably underpaid workers like can't get to work? or where folks can't get to your business to be able to do it, if it's a climbing gym or some other kind of business. So it's a setback to the entire community, right? Service reductions disproportionately affect shift workers, seniors, students, folks with disabilities. They also undermine economic growth, can increase congestion, worsen air quality, right? It's important to all of us for many different reasons. And while the microtransit and other sort of on-demand solutions might seem like a stopgap, they're not a substitute for robust, frequent, fixed route bus service that we can depend on. Right? I read about what is happening in other places, and what agencies are seeing in other places is that riders want reliable, frequent service on existing routes. Not experimental 1 year, 2 year niche kinds of programs, but reliable routes at reliable times with as high a frequency as we can manage. So cutting bus service may seem to offer a short-term budget relief, but it comes at a steep and lasting cost. So the path to like a vibrant, resilient community in Scio Township lies in elevating service, not reducing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, next up is Mark Altamar, followed by Rob Pattinson. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, mic check. Good? You can hear me? Yep. Okay. Part of the problem in your hand last is you're going to hear other people say what you were going to say, but I'm going to go ahead anyway.
Mark, we're having a hard time hearing you.
I guess I need a new computer.
Can you speak
How about
up?
now? Is that better?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Everyone, don't breathe.
I'm going to shout. I guess
Okay.
I need a new laptop. I'll start by saying before tonight, I didn't know anything about the Bus 30 issue, but after listening to what I've heard, my goodness, I commend the community advocacy and I support their cause 100%. Please consider doing whatever they've asked you to do. I also subscribe to scionews.com. So I'm reading a lot about FOIAs. And I want to say that if I was under such attack in terms of poor performance, I would want to defend myself, and not just by saying so. I would want to prove it. And the easy way to prove it is to speak with data. If the data is available, and I'm pretty sure I heard Clerk Flintoff say the data is available, then that's the hardest part. The easy part is putting it into a dashboard and reporting it. So if there's going to be any accountability on FOIA performance, yes, dashboard, easy solution. The new operations manager should be able to knock that out pretty easily. I heard my dear beloved bride commend Riser Reed for their proposal. I want to second that. I also want to say that I thought I heard one vote no to talk about it tonight because there was going to be criticism. Not my words, but really good words. Please don't let perfect get in the way of done. Move forward. That's an important thing. Get it done. And lastly, I don't know the citizen who asked directly of Supervisor Reed to speak up regarding the DDA question. I heard another public comment about DDA. I would like to just second. I know how frustrating it is not to hear any response to public comment. So if Supervisor Reed could go ahead and respond to the DDA question from the prior citizen, I would also love to hear it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Next up is Rob Pattinson, followed by Kat Stein. Go ahead, Rob.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. First of all, thank you to all the community members who have spoken up tonight. This board really needed to hear from you. I will let the community know that the multimodal committee meets this coming Thursday, the 12th at 9 a.m. in Township Hall in this room. So if you're interested in getting more information about the bus service and the AATA options that are on the table, there is a meeting on this Thursday at 9 a.m. in this room. Thanks for the bump in pay for Christie and Belisha. Will there be any retroactive pay for all the extra work they've already done? Thanks for not adding to the agenda from Wednesday to Monday. 47 pages were added earlier today, then 3 more pages were added after 4 p.m. Will we ever have an index of additions? In item K4, we see that Jessica is getting PM Gap help with the budget. Why isn't Kathleen doing it again? Why is it now the clerk doing the statutory duty of the supervisor? And are you going to put us $800,000 in deficit too, the way Kathleen did last year? How much of that $150,000 we will be paying PM Gap will be for the budget? Jessica, remember how in 2024 I emailed you about Homier's billing for Scio? I didn't need to file a FOIA. You forwarded my email to Rebecca, and not only did she send me the total, she sent me the whole spreadsheet report of all the invoices. So it was easy to get a FOIA for things involving Hathaway, but now that we're asking about you, it costs $200 and $400 for people like Jonathan and Renee, and more to get a FOIA filled. Remember how Jim Murdy, when he was township manager, was going to charge Peter $2,000 for a FOIA about Hathaway and Homier emails? Remember how that was called an effort to impede residents getting a FOIA? Does that mean that you are now using the Hathaway model of impeding access to FOIA information? Why is Jim Fink doing FOIA work at $275 an hour? And now Renee has pointed out the problems with your closed session decision to remove FOIA appeal authority from the supervisor. It looks like your vote giving authority to Christie and the board is illegal. Is that a good idea? I support third-party intervention using a management consultant versus a law firm. Seems to me the law firm would investigate and report, and the management consultant would investigate, report, but also compare us to other municipalities and offer solutions. Item 06, TriStar stonewalling the completion of Phase 5. Can the ZEB pathway go through the Burnstoke Preserve instead of Sweepster? I've had to wait to ask the following questions because of the 27 dirty tricks in the last 16 months. Where is the forensic audit? Ryan, David, Kathleen, the 4 of us had a lot of conversations about the need for a forensic audit over the last few years. Why haven't any of you brought up the issue in the last 16 months? Remember, there were even concerns about embezzlement. That's why we need a forensic audit, because it follows the decision trees as well as the money. Where is the noise ordinance? We've been asking for that for years now. Just a couple of months ago, you heard yet again from Jamie about the problems they are having. A couple of years ago, Kathy was assigned to bring something to the board. That's never happened. Why? We're now in March of the 16th year of party barns ruining another summer for the people who live on Scio Church. Are you ever going to do anything about a noise ordinance? Remember that you were told months ago that Lieutenant Kratzenberg suggested you look at the Ypsi Township model of their noise ordinance that gave it enough teeth for the sheriff department to be able to use it. Did Ryan and Kathleen ever put in writing their denial of their raises, or was that promise just empty words? We still don't have a consistent RFP policy that regulates how this township asks for quotes. Did we ever get the Homier work product? You know, all the documents that belong to Scio that he told us we had 30 days to respond or he would destroy them. That was December 2024. Did you ever get those documents? Remember the family at the corner of Zeeb and Liberty asked for help moving the tornado siren that's 135 feet from their home and deafening inside the house. Abres Grove revealed the vulnerability we have to hostile developers, and it cost us $1.5 million. We need Carlisle Wortman to look at every parcel in Scio and identify all the similar vulnerabilities in other zoning areas to see where hostile developers can take advantage of Scio taxpayers. Where is the PUD public benefit policy you talked about over a year ago and then did nothing about? How about an ordinance to put mailboxes on the same side of the road as the home? The post office hasn't updated their policy to consider the higher.
Rob, your 5 minutes is up.
I'll finish at closing comments.
No, please, it's 5 minutes is up.
At closing comments, thank you.
Oh, at the okay, I'm sorry, second session.
Okay, next
Thank
up
you.
is Pat Stein, followed by John Hoyt. Go ahead, Pat.
Good evening. So
Good evening.
I'm so sorry to hear about bus 30. I have my own transportation. I'm not a frequent rider of Bus 30, but I'll tell you, when it comes to events downtown, I love being able to drive to Myers, park the car, and head to like the art fair, um, take the grandkids on an outing or some No Kings March or some such thing where parking is a problem. But I'm very sorry to hear there's any issue with the presence of Bus 30, and I hope that somehow it does get to continue in operation. Secondly, my gosh, Christy Aiken, congratulations. You have, this is really giving credit where credit is due. Christy is phenomenal in her skills, her work. There's never been a time where I have shown up, called, emailed in need of information or assistance, and Christy was right there with a smile and was able to provide what I needed. Christy, you're an excellent worker. I'm really glad that you are an employee of Scio Township. And again, congratulations, because you truly are an awesome person and a phenomenal worker. Lastly, I'm apologize for a few fellow residents that are continuing their campaign to totally destroy a couple of members on this board. As a board, you are a good board as a whole, and I'm glad I voted for you, and I hope that you can continue with the work you do. And thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pat.
Christy, anyone else?
John Boyd, last one for this one. Beginning.
Actually, it's Pam Boyd.
Oh, sorry, Pam.
No
I did
problem,
that
Chris.
before.
No problem. Pam Boyd, a Scio resident, scionews.com. I want to express my support for this board to pass O5 pertaining to board and employee relations. Over the last 16 months, I have witnessed in Scio board meetings and more recently in the now defunct DDA meetings, actions, language, and conduct that has been unprofessional and unworthy of the positions of some on this board. Instead of working to bring a symbiotic relationship between employees, board members, and volunteer committee members, some on this board have made damaging comments and decisions based on their own personal agendas. I will remind you that each of you works for the residents who are your bosses. We, the bosses, are not happy with your behavior. If any of you decide to vote against this resolution, it can be assumed you yourself are the guilty party. You yourself are the problem in Scio Township's dysfunction. Please pass O5. I also want to thank John for bringing back the issue to the board, that it's the board's issue about how it treats each other. Yes, it would be great if the employees want to talk, but the bottom line is it's the board members who are misbehaving with each other. Regarding the 30 bus, getting rid of the sheriff who is there to protect your little toesies, that there really isn't an issue that your little toesies need to be protected, might help fund some of the bus 30. The expense that this board has approved for a sheriff that sits there, bless the sheriff, he's a good guy, but he's not needed. And I think that's, oh yeah, last thing, Jessica, please, I would appreciate hearing John's complete comments. I think you were interrupted, John, 4 or 5 times. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Next up is Jeff Crawford. Go ahead, Jeff.
Do we have?
Jeff?
Yeah, that.
I gave you permission, so.
Jeff, if you can hear us, we have, oh, there you go.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Jeff Crawford. I live in Scio Farms at 6655 Jackson Road. I have been a user of the number 30 bus and Wave bus for many years. I am legally blind, a senior, and do not drive. I choose the choice to eliminate the number 30 bus from Meyer will affect many people and businesses in the community along Jackson Road from Wagner Road to Baker Road. Riders use the service to go shopping, get health care, and go to work. Those that use the service may not have any other options for transportation services due to economic circumstances, age, or disability. Yes, there is the Wave bus, though it does not stop anywhere along the corridor. It only has specific stopping points on its route. Also, it does not run late when some people need it for work or entertainment. I travel into Ann Arbor on some evenings, taking the number 30 back home late at night. I take the number 30 to Myers and then walk home to Scio Farms. There are many others that do the same that I see on my walk home. Imagine having to walk from Wagner Road to Scio Farms, especially in the wintertime. I have done this on rare occasions before the number 30 went to Meyer. As I am legally blind, I cannot drive, so my other options would be to take an Uber. This is cost prohibitive for me and others in the community. 1 second here. All right. Also, you might say take the Wave bus door-to-door service. This option is very limited as they have always had a hard time staffing these vehicles. Also, they do not have enough of these vehicles to service the expanded needs if this were an option. The decision also affects those who live and work in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti that use the number 30 to travel past Wagner Road for healthcare and for work, as U of M and Trinity have facilities in the area. I have a couple questions for the board. How would this affect businesses that have employees that come in from outside the community? That's one. AAATA earlier today in their Zoom meeting said you could provide, if you wanted to, statistical data showing how many riders this would affect and what type of demand this would place on the Wave bus service if you follow through with your plan. Are you willing to provide that data?
Okay, well, try calling me back in a little bit. I have to respond.
Can another millage be brought about to meet the deficit? With all the new homes in the township over the past few years and the large number of homes being built and planned, would some of this additional tax revenue be able to cover the funds needed to continue the service to Meyer? In summary, I believe eliminating the number 30 bus stop from Meyer will impact some of the most vulnerable members of our community. And I thank you for your time and consideration listening to me.
Anyone else that wants to speak at public comment, please raise your Zoom hand. There are no hands raised.
Great, well, thank you, everyone. Now is the time for board response. Should we start, Trustee Brandt?
I think Ryan should start.
Yeah, maybe so.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for all your public comments. So I want to just give a little bit of background. So my role here in the township is I collect property taxes. I also sit up here at the board as one of the 7 members of the board that make decisions. We noticed about little more than, 18 months ago, that we were not receiving the amount of revenue that we had forecasted from the transit village. As of today, which is when I handed over the township's tax roll to Washtenaw County to collect any of the remaining unpaid property tax bills, we had collected $497,341. We do have some folks that still owe property taxes. Either they didn't pay the full amount or didn't pay at all. That's an additional $21,063. When you add those numbers together, it's $518,404. Unfortunately, our current year contract with both ADA and WAVE is $856,429. It's a $338,000 deficit just this year. We need to keep exploring options. I've definitely heard from everyone how important transit is to your lives, to the community. We need to do something. I don't think, unless somebody has the answer, I don't have the answer right this moment, but I think we need to keep meeting, we're gonna keep talking. The Multimodal Transit Committee is the committee that's been tasked by this board with a committee charged to look at this issue. That committee meets here, as Rob said, Thursday morning at 9 a.m. I believe Marie Gress is planning to be there. She's the director of WAVE. I've also been talking today with Ken Anderson from AAATA, who's in their planning department, and going to see if he's available as well. We're waiting for some data from MDOT. We're waiting for some more information from ADA's finance department as well. Definitely want to see what we can do in order to continue providing as much service as we possibly can. To the question about DDA and the bus, DDA actually was a net drain on the bus fund. We actually got back about $50,000 extra a year, roughly, at least this year when I looked at the capture, that we wouldn't have had otherwise if the DDA wasn't abolished. Certainly the DDA had a very large capture on taxes. We maybe could have spoke with the DDA and they could have continued supporting the bus fund. That unfortunately it's not an option anymore. The DDA is abolished, the ordinance went into effect. We could look at reestablishing a new DDA, but even if it was done expeditiously, it's probably a couple-year process. But yeah, go ahead.
And sorry, just to jump on, there's also the one-time, and I know Brian is here, so maybe he can speak to it when he comes up, but there's also the one-time transfer from the DDA that will happen at fiscal year end, which will boost the bus fund a little bit. Certainly the projection is on the township website. Plant Moran did that for us a couple of years ago. We've known that we were going to have a shortfall in public transit. I will just say, I for one am fully supportive of maintaining and expanding our transit services. It's just going to be a trade-off when we get to our final budget meeting, whether we supplement it through the general fund or what our options might be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, can we start here? Oh, of course not.
Trustees, yeah. I gave you the opportunity and you chose to give it to somebody else, so.
Okay. Well, Kathleen, if I forget something, I'm sure you can jump in. Carol, you asked me to discuss my reasons for supporting the dissolving of the DDA. And Mark, I'd like to thank you for my promotion to supervisor, but I'm just a trustee. But thank you for the promotion. Carol, regarding the DTA, the DDA had specific goals. When we formed the DDA, and I don't know when that was, I think it was probably 25, 30 years ago, something like that.
1988.
1988. The goals were to cure the water problem. Some of the businesses and perhaps some of the residents on the outlying areas of Jackson Boulevard were having problems with their wells. So one of the issues was to solve the water problem, also to stop or prevent the further deterioration of the road and in fact improve it, and also stop the decline of property values. Those goals were more than accomplished several years ago. Act 57, which is the Michigan law under which we formed the DDA, specifically states that when the goals of the DDA have been accomplished, the DDA shall be dissolved. Also, the ordinance that we use to create the DDA states also that at the end of each fiscal year, any surplus money left over from the tax capture shall be returned to the municipality so it can be redistributed to the organizations from which the money was taken, bus, parks, etc. At the time we started looking into this about a year ago, at that time, the DDA had a little over $6 million in cash in the bank with no obvious use, no obvious plan, at least that we had no obvious knowledge of what they were going to use that money for. So they were not returning the money at the end of each fiscal year. They were also occasionally, one of their budget items was to return, or was to pay for the fire inspections for the businesses along Jackson Boulevard, which seemed to us to be kind of self-serving, that they were taking tax money away from parks and buses, et cetera, and subsidizing the fire inspections for the businesses in the DDA. That didn't seem right to us. At the time, the revenues were approximately $2 million a year, with expenditures of approximately $1 million a year. So they were banking about $1 million a year. And thanks to our treasurer, that money was earning almost $20,000 a month in interest. Let me see, what else was there?
The fire station.
Well, they were going to contribute $500,000 to the fire station, but I think the capture was $550,000, something like that. So it was a net loss, I think, with the fire, wasn't it? Yeah. The other thing is that we had a plan. We had a proposal. OHM did a proposal for us to build a bridge over 94 at Zeeb Road, and the cost of that bridge was approximately $4 million. It was going to be about, back then, I think it was 5 years ago, it was going to be about $4 million. And I thought to myself, well, the DDA has $6 million. That part of Zeeb Road, or that part of Zeeb Road is actually in the DDA, so I'm curious, why didn't the DDA build that bridge? Because that part of their organization was to help the public. So with all of that, we figured the only thing to do would be to disband the DDA, return the $5 or $6 million, well, actually, after paying the bonds and such, it was something just under $4 million, back to the contributing parcels or organizations, and move forward from there. And there has been discussion recently about the possibility of starting a new DDA. Now, granted, a DDA that we established today will not be capturing $2 million a year. It took that DDA 20, 30 years to do that. But they also will be returning the money to Scio Township to return to the organizations at the end of each year. I think we'll be a little more circumspect with any DDA that we do create. But again, a DDA has to have a certain goal, certain reason to exist in a certain area. And so until we can identify a particular area that needs a DDA, I don't believe we'll establish one until we can find a need for one. So I don't know if that answers your question, but those were my reasons.
Thank you. Trustee Noel. Yep.
I have a couple comments on two different issues. In terms of the transit funding issue, I support maintaining the transit funding and fully doing what we have been doing in the past. And I think with the upcoming multimodal committee meeting, that the committee is going to look at that very closely. On another issue, on the issue of the township attorney assisting the clerk with FOIA issues, there is a history of legal counsel assisting the township clerk, who is usually the FOIA coordinator, with FOIA responses. When I was clerk from 2004 to 2008, I had to enlist legal assistance for several complicated FOIA requests. They were lengthy, complicated, and the subject of ongoing litigation at that time. So it was critical that someone else got involved and was overseeing it, and it was very productive. It wasn't Fink and Fink, but it was very helpful, and I know this is done by other clerks in other townships when the need arises. It isn't routine, but when the need arises, it does occur. Thank you. That's it.
Trustee Reed, or Riser?
As someone who has a Go Pass and rides the AATA on occasion downtown to Ann Arbor and back, I appreciate that we have that service. I also appreciate that it costs money, and we want to do more with that money. We want to support the WAVE with that fund. We've got the 26, the 29, the 30. I get that there's a demand, so I'm too optimistic or hopeful maybe that the multimodal committee will put their heads together and come up with some solution. I don't know if it'll happen. Of course, I already said my piece on FOIA. I think we need a log like other municipalities do so that we can kind of see where we are vis-a-vis all these and what people are requesting and how long it's taken to respond and get it back and whether there's an appeal and whether there was a cost imposed. But that can be a conversation for another day.
Thank you. Trustee Brandt?
Yes, I have to be honest, folks. This notion that the bus 30 was being eliminated came as a surprise to me. So I don't know where that thought originated. We have a committee on that. They're working on it. I think I heard the folks from co-housing say that WAVE has approached you and given you information that it was being canceled. Is that correct? I think that's very premature. Any of those decisions would be coming before the board. The board is waiting for the recommendation. I also heard that AATA may have been spreading some information that this line through one of their regular meetings. I heard a gentleman say that. And I just want to assure you folks, that's not on the table at this point. So I'm sorry that somebody has given you some information that the line is being eliminated. The committee will evaluate that. The board will look at it. Your thoughts are greatly appreciated. We definitely see the need. I don't think this thing is going away, but we need to let the committee come up with what their recommendations are. So let's stay tuned and not assume that it's gone, because I don't think it's gone.
Do you have anything? Clerk Flintoff? No, I'm good. Oh, okay, I need some clarification. One of the residents, I think they were online, said something about the FOIA, the board is to approve the FOIA appeals. Is that the same as receipt of FOIA appeals?
That is the same, and there are 13 appeals
Okay.
attached.
Okay, wanted to clarify.
Everything that we have received via email is attached.
So this is for
And
the
the
board
board has
to-
received it
Okay,
via
but then-
email as well.
Okay, and then the FOIA appeals, then we.
Those are the appeals.
And then we vote on that tonight?
Correct.
Or not, or it's
Go
under
ahead,
consent?
Mariah, I just wanted to.
Okay,
No,
yeah,
you're
thank
right,
you.
Christy, what you're voting on tonight is to receive the appeals.
Just receive.
Just receive.
Not
That's the
accept.
process, because the board wanted to see them all, so that was part of the thing, is we said, they come to the board meetings, we receive.
Okay,
And then there's 10 days from when they're received to when an answer is due.
and that answer comes from you and Christie?
Correct.
Okay. All right, another thing, regarding the DDA, I do want to say that I did vote in support or against, to support to keep the DDA and I can't remember how the question was at the time, and Treasurer Yapel was the other. And right around that time, we had a meeting with the Planning Commission, the DDA, and the Board of Trustees. And there was a long discussion on the plans for Jackson Road, many different plans, crosswalks, changing the scenery and the buildings and, plants and whatnot. And this is about the time that some board members were discussing about dissolving the DDA. And as I was reading through those plans, and I said, wow, how are we going to pay for all of this? And I said, to dissolve this is cutting our nose off to spite our face. No, and heard it tonight, the DDA had exhausted its purpose, and that's not true. We still could have expanded the water and sewer to Parker Road. We still had boulevards to take care of or possibly to expand. We have Jackson Road, that's falling apart. The DDA they didn't do it properly, but they did approve $500,000 for one side of Jackson Road in collaboration with the Road Commission. And the DDA, it was a new board. We had a new election. A lot of the DDA members were the same, but we had a couple of different people, and we were just getting our feet on the ground. And there was different things that we could have, if we discussed, spent money on. The bus system goes through the DDA, mostly. We could have spent money on that. I was just appalled that we were even thinking about dissolving the DDA, because we still had so many more benefits for the township that we could have used that money. And no, it's not true that we had to give the money back at the end of the year. Every other DDA puts money aside for plans, and they can invest that money, because who can come up with $4 million for a bridge and then in 1 year and then say, oh, well, we got to give the money back and then we're going to try again. And speaking of bridges, that bridge over the Z Road Pathway Bridge, there is potential plans for a walking bridge. It's not OHM, it's not us that said no to that. It wasn't the DDA that said no to that. It was MDOT. MDOT said, no, we just finished that bridge. We're not touching it. When it starts falling apart again in 20 to 30 years, potentially we could expand that as a walkway, or for a larger walkway. There's a shorter one. So I just wanted to clear up some things that were said tonight, but I'm still upset that the DDA has been dissolved, because we had a lot of potential that we could have still used that money. And I think working with the DDA members, we could have made that happen. Okay, that was it. So are we just going to keep going back and forth? Because I thought with board response, you get your chance to speak and then we move on, because it's already late. Go ahead, Clerk Flintoff.
Thank you. I just had one comment about the DDA question. I just ditto everything David said. I just want to also note that we would not have been able to successfully bond for the fire station had we kept the DDA with the level of capture that there was. And we addressed that at the time, and that's why, though for many years, as David said, it had served its purpose, that's why it came to the attention. So there's that history too, and I just want to acknowledge that. We had a promise to come through the 2.7 mils to fund the fire station and those improvements. I also want to thank Chris Chang and the board for adopting the capital plan in 101443 Jackson Road Boulevard. It includes all of the recommendations from that Jackson Road Boulevard meeting. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Approval of the minutes. Let's see. Approval of the minutes of the February 24, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting. Is there a motion to approve, or are there changes?
I have just one change on page 2. After Mark Altamar's name, Scio is missing an O.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yep, other than that, I would approve them as presented unless anyone else has other changes.
As amended. Is there support? Okay. A motion to approve the minutes as amended for the February 24th, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting. The minutes, yeah, I said that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Minutes are approved as amended.
I move the consent agenda, if you're calling K1, as amended.
K1?
Consent agenda, I'm sorry,
you mean K.
K.
As
1 through
amended.
et cetera.
Yeah, just to be clear, we have moved 03 and 04 to consent. Okay? All in favor say, and L2. L2.
Yeah, you were there.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And L2. Okay, is there a,
Support.
okay, you support. All in favor to adopt the consent agenda as amended? Say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It is adopted. All right, on to regular reports and special reports. Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Reports.
Yeah, reports. I have no reports at this time. It's been, other than it's been a busy 2 weeks with back-to-back meetings.
Supervisor Carey,
Oh, sorry.
you have,
Oh, yes.
yeah,
Well, it's not really, I mean,
Well.
it's, thank you, Christie.
sure.
Okay, so, do you want to provide one of these?
I can read the whole thing if you want.
Well,
Up to you.
yeah.
Your prefer?
No, I'll do it.
Okay.
Is this the one that you wanted to do, or we're bringing up?
All three of them.
All three of them? Okay. Yes, I would like to call a special meeting for Monday, March 16th at 2:45 PM for the purpose of interviewing candidates for the position of Operations Director. Is there support?
Support.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, special meeting called for March 16th at 2:45. Special meeting called for Thursday, March 19th at 5 for the same purpose of interviewing candidates for the purpose of Operations Director.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. 5 PM.
Okay. Last one, Monday, April 20th at 6 PM for a special joint meeting of the Board of Trustees and Planning Commission to outline master plan priorities. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just review.
Oh, sure, yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Just review real quick, this is like that.
Yep, go ahead.
March 16th, 2:45 to Operations Director.
Yep.
March 19th at 5 o'clock, Operations Director.
Yep,
April 20th at 6 PM, Master Plan.
correct.
Correct.
Very good.
Treasurer Apel, do you have a report?
Sure. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we handed over the delinquent tax roll to Washington County today. We have approximately $1.3 million that they'll be settling with us. Last week at the county commission meeting, the county bonded for $30 million to fund, basically pre-fund all those delinquent taxes to all of the Washington County local authorities. So hopefully have that check here, probably about 30, 60 days. I appreciate all the hard work that the finance department's done, especially the great news that we got from S&P where we had a AA bond rating. Thank you, Clerk Flintoff and everyone for the hard work that you guys got accomplished on that. Looking forward to the bond sale. Should know who's buying our bonds on Thursday morning. We're gonna have $13 million to use towards the fire station. Thanks.
Thank you. Clerk Flintoff, you have a report here. You're next in line.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Parks, Pathways, Preserves?
We meet this week.
Okay. LPC? this week? Okay, thank you. Planning Commission, Trustee Brandt?
I didn't attend the meeting yesterday. I don't have an update.
Okay. Gelman, we haven't heard about Gelman in a while. Anything?
Well, nothing has happened. The EPA, we're waiting to hear from them, and everything has stalled. So, yeah. So there's nothing really to report.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yep.
Township lobbying efforts. So we have the three. Sorry.
Communicated a little bit
Yes.
via email, and what it's our plan to do is talk to Horford about some of the legislative bills that have been introduced that will impact municipalities and zoning and local control. So that we intend to bring that back to you April, early May, I think? Okay. Okay, so first we want to kind of get what's out there that might impact us that's viable, and then have Horford from GCSI kind of apprise us of that and then report it back. With or without John, but hopefully with.
And he's willing to come to a meeting and kind of educate the entire board. I was thinking we should probably, if we're going to talk about the lobbying efforts regarding the new proposed House bills, we should also involve Laura Krebs in that discussion. So we're going to have to decide if we want to put that. I think that is the one that needs a lot of attention at our next meeting. I have not talked to Laura.
Minimum lot size and things like that?
Yes.
There's a lot of stuff.
Setbacks.
Yeah,
Lot
setbacks,
size.
minimum lot size, all that. For
Yeah.
density, housing density.
I did speak with her a little bit. I wanted Carlisle Wortman's insights on it, but I'll leave that up to you.
I just have a
Oh, sure, sorry.
Sorry, I just had a question. Thank you, guys. How did it go for the chief up in Lansing yesterday?
And I wanted to ask him that question.
I can share.
Okay.
I spoke with the chief earlier this afternoon. It went very well. It was very supportive. It was all the sessions in Lansing were very quick. It was approximately 5 minutes. That included time for the sponsoring representative to introduce the contingency that was there, as well as for the chief to speak and give a high-level overview. He said there was 2 or 3 questions that he answered. The whole process took less than 8 minutes. I can share that Rep. Reingans posted a social media video yesterday afternoon in very intense support of the $450,000 appropriation for the ladder truck.
Great. Thank you. And does John have our current capital plan? Or I can email it to him if that would be helpful.
Go ahead and email it to him.
Okay.
I think he has
I'll
an
CC you
older
all.
plan.
Okay.
What do you remember?
The older plan.
The older plan?
Yeah.
Okay. So not the current one. Go ahead and email it to him.
Okay, Roads Advisory Committee, we are busy working on a presentation for the board. We plan on, April 14th, I think is that the first
Yes.
meeting in April?
Mhm.
Yeah. So we're meeting for a special meeting for RAC on the 18th.
Are you looking for the roads contract, the Washington County roads contract?
No,
Or is that in May?
their deadline's May, and I have been trying to connect with the road commission to go over their list and our list, and so our capital improvement plan list may change. It may not. We were pretty close last year with what their recommendations were. Multimodal Transit Committee.
I think we covered that one pretty well earlier. Thanks.
Office Coordinator, last report for you.
Yeah, thank you, yeah.
Aw.
Not to bring up FOIA again, but I just wanted to let this board know that as of this date, we don't have any outstanding appeals waiting to be responded to, just so you're aware. And then we'll tackle the next group, but that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Awesome.
So we moved Fire Chief Hood's report into consent, so please read that. It's always very informative. informative to, okay, long day. Social districts, so this is L3 and project manager Chris Chang.
All right, good evening, trustees. It was requested on January 27th at a previous meeting to inquire about social districts, and I believe they are really getting to the heart of the matter of possible additional liquor licenses. So I'll kind of start with that one. I did call the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. Liquor licenses are determined by your population, and we currently have 12 liquor licenses that are issued. We have 12 liquor licenses, but 11 have been issued. So we do have one that's out there, up to the board of trustees to determine who may get that additional license. Currently, we're at about 17,000 residents by the 2020 census. So we're stuck kind of right now until we get to the 2030 census, until we get over 18,000 to get any additional liquor licenses. So we've got one more. It's valuable, but we're not going to get another one for another probably, 4 years, 3.5 years, until we get to 2030 and get the census tract. As far as the actual social district, that's up to the board. We do need to have 2 businesses that are contiguous that have liquor licenses. You then can draw up a common area. You can, there's a little bit of an error in my report after rereading it. You can cross the street. So I'm trying to think of an example in the sense of if you were going to, say, create a social district between the session room and, say, the Carlisle Grill. But that would be up to you if you wanted to cross over. That is not a trunk line. That is a county arterial. If you wanted to close the road, we still have to go through the county to even see if we could close the road to have patrons traverse between the two. That'd be up to you if you actually want to cross over Jackson Road. Probably wouldn't recommend it, but again, I'll leave that up to you. But there's not a lot of areas when you start looking along probably the Jackson Boulevard corridor where you would have this social district, whether it's at West Side or, whether it's the golf driving business or the sushi. It would be a very, very large social district to have these 2 liquor licenses be joined and people walking between them. But again, that would be up to you. But some of the businesses I just mentioned don't even have a liquor license. So, and I'm open to any questions you may have about the social district or liquor licenses.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if there are 2 restaurants next door to each other for a social district, they could share one liquor license? No. Okay.
They each have to have their own valid established liquor license.
Okay, so a social district really doesn't, okay.
I would tend to agree.
And if we had a DDA, how many liquor license would we be able to?
It's based on the population.
No, even if we had a DDA?
Yeah.
No, DDA licenses are based on how much investment you put into it. I deal with those in my other gig. So DDA licenses are different than quota license, Class C quota license.
This is a quota?
But we don't have the ability to mete out DDA licenses currently, given our lack of a DDA. But might be one of the reasons that we could rely on to establish a new DDA.
Is there a cap on how many liquor license a DDA?
It's based on the amount of money. They have to try to get one off the open market, and then they have to spend significant investment in capital.
The business investment.
Yeah, that's, because they're going to develop the spot, the parcel.
Okay, Clerk Flintoff.
Thank you, Chris, for this memo. So a question about the social district. It's equated to 2 or more businesses holding a liquor license that are adjacent. So I'm not proposing this, I'm just saying, for example, is that Jackson Plaza like the Homes and Session?
Yeah, you could draw it up that way.
Okay, so
Because that would be a common
we'd
area.
have to find 2 that have.
Yes.
And is that something that you or Laura could put some thought into, just in terms of potential?
If the board so desires, we can look into it.
I mean, I don't know how much time it would take, or if the board wants them to spend some time, but it seems like, to get some options to see what we're even talking about.
I don't think it's viable. Typically, it's in a place like Main Street, Ann Arbor, where they shut down the road and people can walk from establishment. It's not.
I agree. We've had the the closer they are, the more pedestrian-oriented a commerce section is with respect to, dining and drinking, the more likely it's gonna happen. If-
Sam Hill, I mean,
if something was across the street from Sam Hill, like if there's like a Coney Island and they had it, then they could do a district and then they could have like things in the parking lot or bands or things like that, but.
Wolverine pickleball.
It seems to me that homes in Session Room are kind of currently destination areas rather than, I'm gonna park and do some drinking at Session Room, then I'm gonna walk down past the gas station and the car lot, and then I'm gonna walk down that road at night down to, Homes, which is a good idea after you've been drinking. We need to have adjacent kind of businesses that are in a little district, frankly.
And I would also add for Trustee Reiser, as you're traversing through both of them, you can't take one beverage from one establishment and take it into another establishment. You must dispose of it before you enter the other establishment.
It's a long walk, it easily goes.
There you go.
Go ahead.
So I was gonna say kind of and thank you very much for researching this for us and getting us these answers. What my original thought was when this came up was those two applications we had recently and seeing if this was like maybe another opportunity to acquire other liquor licenses, and it seems like the answer to that question is no. It does seem unlikely that we have many businesses that are joining each other and have liquor licenses. We might have one or two that I can think of. The only other example would be across the street, Carlisle and the other business that has a liquor license are on the same PUD lot. I don't know if that even qualifies, but I'm not sure it makes sense to spend a ton of time thinking this through at this point.
If there were a bar in that old Goodrich Theater and there was Carlisle,
At that point, that would be interesting.
That'd be something to talk about.
Yep.
But let me just ask Chris. I read the statute that you referred to, social districts, and the way I read it, it said that there has to be 2 other premises in order to form the social district. So that tells me that you have to have 3. Now, I don't know, how did you interpret that?
I interpret it as 2.
Okay, all right.
A minimum of 2, yeah.
All right, because
But if you want to explore further, I'm happy to call the Liquor Control Commission again and find out if you need to have 3.
Okay, anyone else? Well, Chris, thank you for looking into this. It was worth a try.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
On to public hearing. Okay, let's see, this is, M. During a public hearing, members of the public may speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on the topic of the public hearing. So the public hearing tonight is on the proposed FYE 2027 budget of Scio Township. Clerk Flintoff?
Yes, Nikki Timmons and Brian Kamler could come up. I want to just give a brief overview of where we're at, have a chance for the board to ask any questions, and then if you'd be so kind, open up the public hearing. As the board knows, we are required under the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act to have a public hearing notice, have a public hearing on the budget. It has been published since last Wednesday on our township website, where I've redirected you all to that. As we've been working, we've been updating pieces of it. I want to thank the board for passing unanimously Resolution 2025-30, where we set forth the process and timeline. That was in mid-October. So we had interim finance director Plant Moran, finance manager Rebecca Maudie. We had yet to hire our finance director, Nikki Timmons, who onboarded November 10th. Rebecca Maudie left October 31st. And so we've had a lot of transition. So I want to thank everybody for your flexibility. As you know, the board unanimously updated the timeline twice to accommodate, and everybody's been really flexible jumping in. I've jumped in on some pieces. Plant Moran has jumped in some pieces. I know Aurora And Jillian and Nikki, and I think to some extent Christy, worked really hard on the authorized positions piece. So where we're at is we've approved the capital plan and the tree plan. We've also approved the authorized positions. So that's a bulk of the budget. The remaining detail we had left at the time that this was prepared on March 1st, I want to thank Brian Kammerer for providing the management recommended levels. He went through there. I also just kind of added a little more detail where possible. To remind the board, this process was different than years past because it was meant to cost less money. I know there was a comment about the cost of Plant Moran. We were not planning to use Plant Moran for the capital plan or the budget. Brian has stepped in to help us a little bit, but department heads actually wrote their own budgets this year, and they did that in December. So we had 2 meetings in the fall, all in the timeline, at the management meetings where we went over this, and every bit that the departments put into their budget, certainly Nikki or Brian can correct me, but everything that they put directly into their budgets are included. So there was no request made, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, but no request made except for Daryl, where we made a mistake. Thank you, Daryl. And that was in error. She raised her hand, but no deliberate, where a department head asked for something and management is recommending against it. I want to thank Ryan for his help on the interest. So Nikki, thank you. Finished the personnel-related expenditures and the authorized position sheet just last night. That is included in the packet. It is familiar to you all because it's what we approved 2 weeks ago. What Nikki had to work a lot on is all the fringe and all the detail that goes behind it. Now, since we have those, I will propose the cost allocation accounts. So I'll be working on that in the next couple of days. Any of the other areas where we had questions have been resolved. But what you see is we still have some holes in the budget detail, mostly along the personnel accounts that Nikki will be filling in tomorrow and Thursday this week. And then we'll have the totals so that we can look at where we're at with fund balance. So until those are complete, we're not going to know exactly if we're where we need to be. I think the fund we will have the biggest question about is general fund, since we did load it for Park Road, for the Oak Valley sidewalk. We've also flagged the public transit fund need. So we will need to consider some of that at our next meeting. Also at our next meeting, Plant Moran is preparing proposed year-end budget amendments for us to close out the year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nikki and Brian to give us a little bit of high-level detail about what you can, about what we do know about the budget.
Good evening.
Hello.
Is this?
It's on.
It works better for the back than it does for us.
Yeah.
This is picking you
We
up.
can hear you.
Well, as Clerk Flintoff explained, this has been a big team exercise in teamwork. A lot of cooks in the kitchen, which has required us to have a lot of communication and some working sessions so that we had multiple people included to go through. You are correct that we did not deny any requests that came from a department head, although we did, I'll say, massage some of the numbers that were input. Just as an example, it would be something like, you spent $5,000 last year, we gave you 20 the year before, and you only spent 5, and so now you're asking for another 15. Is it probably 5? Most likely, and so maybe we put in 6. But so to give them enough to manage their departments, which is what you want them to be autonomous to a point, but to work within their budgets. It is a little bit different this year with the ARPA fund will be closed. You won't see any activity related to that. The DDA clearly won't be in there. A couple of the special assessment funds have been closed. So it is a tighter budget, if you will. There's just fewer funds. But the funds that do exist, there's always some variability as it relates to capital projects, but you've already seen and approved what those are. And if you've already approved the personnel as well, the only thing that's really left are the administrative costs of utilities and insurance and the things that really don't get a lot of discussion at the board level, but are pretty darn consistent year to year. So once we've got everything included, all the personnel information, and we can just verify that no fund balance policies will be violated, and I don't believe that they will. I don't think we're really close on any of them. You'll be able to, if you see any fluctuation in a line item from the prior completed year to this current year that's still going on to the proposed budget year, you'll most likely readily know what those changes are because, as we've talked about, you've already approved them. But in the event that there are any other questions related to changes, we'll answer them to the best of our ability. But as we said, it's been a team effort, so we might do a little pass the microphone back and forth as to who might know what the answer to the question is. Should also mention water and sewer. That is always a big portion. And the first item of new business is discussing the recommended rates, which once, if approved, would then be reflected in the budgeted revenue.
I'd just like to add, first of all, thanking Brian for all his time and working together with Clerk Flintoff and making myself available for you, Supervisor Jillian, to any of your recommendations, because you did not make it this time regarding the budget. My piece was working on the authorized positions. I just want to highlight that I did include the changes with the fire union agreement. I did budget for HSA, which will be new. That's something that we didn't have before. And I budgeted for every employee, even though it's their option to take it, just so that we have a cushion in the event that the staff does want that as an item. I was ensured to include all of the relevant fringes and on-call pay. Something we talked about before that hasn't been done in the past is regarding overtime outside of the fire department and the utilities department, so that there is money set aside for those individuals who may have to do overtime pay. That's not something historically we budgeted outside of those two areas, but I'm going to include that so that there's a cushion. And as mentioned before, I did take into account all the new salaries and the vacant positions just so that the funding is there. I'm happy to hear that there would be an interview for an operations director. We definitely have money set aside for that. And again, this has been a team effort. I will be loading, because I just finished last night, and then I thought about the HSAs, that I need to add that into the fringes. So I will be loading the piece with the salaries and all of the fringe items into the budget so that you can have more of a completed package. And again, thank you all for everyone who worked on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, the next time you speak.
Okay, no problem. Is that better though? No. Yeah, it's like it works.
Is that on?
Talk right into it. Yeah, right.
Okay.
And I would just say too, for the acoustics of the room, it's just, if anybody wants to, can move forward, that just being in the back, even with all the mics over the years, it's just hard to hear back there.
Okay. Well,
I just have one thing to flag, and it might be for our next meeting, but certainly with the public transit fund, I'm wondering, Ryan, do you think we're going to know what the outstanding need is in 2 weeks, or is that going to be a potential future budget amendment in the new fiscal year?
I can speak to the fact that I was supposed to receive an update when I spoke with the director of WAVE at 3 o'clock. She was supposed to have an update from AAATA at noon, and as of 5:30 when she sent me a text message, she still not heard from them. So I don't know is my best answer. My best guess would be budgeting for what we know now, and then it may come back as a budget amendment. Unfortunately, I will do everything I can to motivate all of the
No, it's okay.
parties, but yeah, unfortunately, some of it doesn't move quickly.
Okay, anything else? Well, is there a motion to open public hearing?
So moved.
Support. Oh, go ahead.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so let's, where did it go?
Timer?
No, so the public may speak to the Board of Trustees regarding the public hearing, which is the budget, up to 5 minutes. No, I don't think you need to.
Want to speak in person? Then we can find out if you have to do it.
Sure, anybody in person, let's begin.
Yeah.
Come on, yeah,
Come on over, yeah, no, we can.
You can take the mic.
I'm sorry that I missed, we were taking care of kids. I'll just say really briefly, so I gave my public comments about the importance of the 30. I haven't had a chance to look at the budget, but I would like to look at the budget to be able to offer more concrete things. Yeah. Just as a brief comment on the ability to substitute a reliable Ann Arbor transit for the wave, we've been waiting 20 minutes, and we just finally got an estimate that's going to be here in 8 minutes. All right, which is just sort of typical, right? And that's different than a reliable regular service that you can count on to get to where you need to go. So we just came back inside because the kids are getting cold and stuff like that. Are there? Sorry, how do you pronounce your name?
Gable.
Gable. I'm sorry. I was like, I know I got that wrong. Are there specific questions for that you have about the budget from regarding like the? Is it? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll let you finish first, and then I can answer.
So sounds good. I feel like I should not be testifying. I just wanted to let you know that we are very much in support of moving things around. I realize that most of the increase that you noted is coming from increase in services of the wave, and we will keep talking with them. But all the testimony that or a lot of the testimony you heard was about the 30, which is actually the smaller increase, the 45,000, and that should be extremely doable. And so I guess I'll reiterate my testimony from earlier, which is that I really like to see some scenarios and plans that are in addition to the one that was presented from the subcommittee, I think that was prepared for by the Wave of Michigan's. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is it okay? All right.
Thanks, Devin.
Yeah, Devin,
thank you. Appreciate it.
Devin, just to repeat, on Scio Township, mi.gov, under democracy, budget, and finance, the budget's there. At
Great,
least
thank you.
Yep.
a link to it.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Anyone else in person would like to speak? And I think Daryl.
I will briefly,
Okay.
very briefly.
Sure.
First, I do have some numbers that need to be changed, but I will communicate that with Nikki tomorrow. But I would like to just suggest that for next year, the Land Preservation Commission tends to get lost in this process. In that when I've submitted my budget numbers last fall, I've had no communications back since. Numbers have been changed, numbers have been dropped. I just discovered that yesterday afternoon. So when we go through this process, treat us like staff and keep us in the loop if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Daryl, and thank you for all your work.
Oh, you're welcome. And I'll send an email.
Anyone else present would like to speak on the budget? No. I guess not. Christy, anyone online?
Yes, first up is Rob Pattinson. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Nikki and Brian, last year we had $800,000 deficit in the budget. Do you expect any deficits this year in the budget?
A deficit is usually a negative fund balance. It's okay to spend fund balance if it's on individual projects. So it's unlikely that you're ever going to break even in any given year. Some years you'll make money, some years you'll lose. Depending on the projects, you may spend more than you bring in for this particular year, but there's plenty of fund balance to be used for those projects. So off the top of my head, I can't tell you Fund X, we're going to use up 50,000 of fund balance because we haven't merged all of the personnel with all of the projects, with all of everything else. So I don't have the final change in fund balance number. But I can tell you, and supported by the AA bond rating that we just received, the township is in very good financial shape with a very good financial outlook.
And we did not have a deficit last year. I just want to say for the record.
Right, and just
Except the $800,000 cumulative one. Thank you, Brian, very much for answering. Really appreciate that.
I'm sorry, it just so nobody walks away. As Brian said, a deficit is negative fund balance. We did not have a deficit. There was a use of one-time money as we do each year for certain capital costs. We may do that again this year. It is what's proposed.
Yeah, there was, but it was stated last year that by a board member that we were in, the supervisor put the budget in a $2 million deficit and said it was 800,000. But I spoke with Ally last year, and you are supporting that answer that it's a deficit means that we have money, or we don't have money for what we wanted to spend, or we overspent, where the fund would be in a negative, and that's not the case. So the budget can have I don't know, because that was the word that was used last year, was deficit, and that's not correct.
Expenditures can exceed revenue.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
The public transit fund is currently an example.
As long as you have the savings to back it up.
Correct.
Yep.
Because legally, we can't spend anything that we don't have.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. And Rob, I'm sorry, were you finished with?
Thank you very much. All
Okay.
set. Well done.
Thank you. Christine?
Anyone else that wants to speak at the public hearing, please raise your Zoom hand. I see no hands raised.
Motion to close the public hearing?
That is my job.
Oh.
Thank you. Is there a motion to close the public hearing
So
at, I guess 10:24? Or no, 8:24. Oh my God. 8:24? And, okay, all in favor?
He supported Brian's motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, anybody want to keep it going? Okay, let's move on to, wait,
I just want to thank Nikki and Brian and suggest that they stay here for the next item.
thanks. On to new business, 01, possible action, affirmation of a 5-year utility rate model and a year 3 increase to water. Wait a minute, and then
Brandon,
and
would you
sewer
please
rates, it's
come up
on 2
too?
different pages.
Thank you, Brandon. So I want to thank Brian Kamiller. We've conferred internally with Brandon and also with Nikki. You know what this is, and I will turn the good news over to Brian. Sure.
So as you may remember, a couple years ago, the township had a very significant rate increase. We referred to it at the time as rip the Band-Aid off, that we were catching up for several years of accumulated lack of increases. And so as part of that, it was rip the Band-Aid off in year 1, and then an anticipated 5% per year increase for the next 4 years. And as I said at the time, a 5-year forecast or a 5-year plan is not a 5-year commitment. You only pass rates 1 year at a time. And so we would want in subsequent years to verify that 5% still makes sense based on what changes. And things always change. So last year, year 2, the township was still right on track, following right in line with what we had anticipated, plus or minus a margin that was very small and insignificant. And so we recommended and the board adopted 5% rate increase across the board. This year, we did the exact same thing. We went and compared the cash position, the working capital, the projects that had been done, the projects that were planned, and I'm happy to tell you we are ahead of plan only because capital projects, some have been pushed into subsequent years. We did have more revenue from developers and some tap-in fees, so that's good, but that is usually meant to set us up for additional capital projects. So if you recall from the original model, some of the capital improvements were planned to be funded with a combination of debt and grants. So I can't say for sure what you will do over the next couple of years, but because our cash position is better today than what the model suggested 2 years ago, we're still suggesting a 5% increase with the understanding that the debt that was included may not be what you need. You may be able to do more with cash than issuing debt when some of these projects come up. But that's going to be a year-to-year game time decision. But in this year, our recommendation is to stay the course with the model, pass a 5% increase to both water and sewer, and next year, depending on how the projects move around and depending on how you do cash-wise, we'll either, again, recommend sticking with the fourth year of the 5-year plan, or, which I think is most likely what my recommendation will be let's redo the model after 3 years. Because capital is by far the biggest unknown. You have $1 million projects that move maybe indefinitely, maybe new things have come about. And so I think it would make sense, most likely, not a guarantee at this point, but most likely next year we do another 5-year model that'll take into account all of the various changes that have happened or we expect to happen. Now, there is one other thing. So the letter that's in your packet is significantly longer than the one last year, and there is a reason for that. So 2 years ago, in the original model, we had, in addition to the rip the Band-Aid off rate increase to the commodity rates, we also included a rebalancing of the readiness to serve charges. So I don't know how it happened originally. This was way far back in the past, but the readiness to serve charges, and they're by meter size, so the bigger meter you have, the more of a readiness to serve charge you pay. There's a ratio recommended by the American Waterworks Association, AWWA. And so we always suggest, just follow the manual. And so you weren't, and our recommendation was let's adjust. Some of the readiness to serve charges will go up, some of them will go down, but the intent will be that we will follow the AWWA recommendations. So as you go from a 1 inch to a 1.5 to a 2, you're following what the industry recommendation is. And so that was approved, but for reasons I do not know and will not speculate, that change was never implemented. The rate increase, the rip the Band-Aid off one was, but within the BSNA billing module, those rebalancings just didn't happen. And so our recommendation here is let's do it this time. And so here we're resetting the readiness to serve charges again. The intent is not to generate 1 penny more than the readiness to serve charge generated last year. It's not an overall increase. Depending on the size of your meter though, some people will have a slight increase and some will have a slight decrease. But the net result is no change to the revenue that the township brings in. So for any one individual to figure out, well, what does this rate increase mean to me? You need to know what size your meter is, and you need to follow along here with, well, and it could be that water went up and water debt went down, or sewer went up and water went down. It's not a consistent, uniform change. So if the public wants to figure it out, they do need to know their meter size, and they can tell that by comparing their bill to what is in the schedule. So if they were charged, as an example, the water readiness to serve charge, if your charge has historically been $25.94, it will now be $20.17, a 22% reduction. However, at the same meter size, your water debt charge has been $29.73. It will now be $35.42, a 19% increase. So you can see that they almost net exactly. It's not going to be exact, but it's within a Starbucks cup of coffee a month for the most part. So our recommendation is to approve this. Again, you already did 2 years ago, and we'll make sure this time that it gets implemented. I believe, was that going to be the first bill of the new year or wait till July 1?
I believe the board was considering July 1st.
I have a question. 3/4 meter size, 3/4 inch meter size, that's the normal residential meter.
Correct.
Just so residents out there it'll make it easier. Yeah, and it kind of, looking at this, just so it goes down for the readiness, water readiness to serve, goes down $5-ish, but then it's made up for it over in the water debt, which makes sense because we want to pay that debt down. Yeah. So.
Can I ask you a question on the 8-inch? Like that's real significantly raising, but it seems to me that's also industrial or high use. What are some examples of new facilities or existing facilities that would require an 8-inch?
So right now, currently, Scio Township has one 8-inch meter, and that is Scio Farms. So that would be the only company impacted by the 8-inch meter.
But they spread that among all those people?
Correct. That is my belief is 900 some customers all share making up that difference when they pay to the actual Scio Farms community.
So a 34-inch, if I have a 34-inch, that's funny. If I have a 3/4 inch or 1 inch for my house, I'm going to bear that all with my household. But with respect to the user of the 8-inch, there are hundreds of them?
Yeah, I believe there's 900 residents, or 900 houses around about there in Scio Farms.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Trustee Brandt, go ahead.
I'm curious why you would implement the ready-to-serve charge changes in July 1 and not April 1? Why not follow the budget year?
So what I in conversation with finance, that's what we've done the last 2 years, was a July 1st motion for the board. Being consistent, I thought that would be the same motion this year. However, if the board chooses to want to choose a different date, I think that would be also very much considered by the board.
I would caution you that it is March 10th, and so we're only 3 weeks away from the beginning of the next year. And it may take some time for militia to be able to make all of those adjustments and then have everybody check them and make sure everyone's in agreement. So, yeah, I do think that July 1 makes more sense.
I thought David was next. David?
Just a real quick question, these are quarterly charges, ready to serve?
Correct.
No questions. Treasurer Yeaple is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, thank you for doing all this. I would also recommend July 1, knowing that what date we're on and the amount of time and wanting to verify all the charges are entered correctly and confirmed by multiple parties before we send out bills. It just would be best. Also, I want to say certainly appreciate all the development and all the hard work that everyone's done on this. We also are getting a lot more accurate billing thanks to the new Metron meters. Just alone on Scio Farms, we saw a 20% increase in collected revenue because we were billing correctly, because the old meter was 20, 30 years old.
Oh, it wasn't actually that old. One was 2015 and one was 2017, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah.
You finished?
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to respond to Trustee Brandt's comment. I think in future years, if we moved our capital planning process up, then we could work toward implementation on April 1. So, you know, defer to the team on that for future years. And I also just want to thank Nikki and Brandon for their work to get here, but also future work on implementation, making sure we get these right. And I do agree, Brian, that it would be good to look at the study again next year, if at all possible. But thank you, everybody, for your work on this.
And I also would also just like to say that I agree with that analysis as well. I'm getting good reports back for the ARV replacements. They were budgeted at $1 million a piece. From what I'm hearing, it won't be at that significant cost. I haven't gotten the engineer's estimate back quite yet, but it will be fairly soon. So that will only help even more. So I do agree that that's definitely going to be needed. And then as another note, I think it's something that would already been spoken about with finance, but when these the rates do change July 1st, if the board chooses to pass it, internally with finance, I think it would be great to have a quick memo just reminding people that they're not only did the rates change, but they're ready to serve, and having some kind of response for the incoming calls. I'm sure we'll get a few calls that are coming in, and just having the information or pre-speaking about it before the implementation would be good.
Yeah, maybe something on the website.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have a resolution to raise sewer and water rates. Would you like to read it, or would you want me to? Whereas Section 34-23 of the Scio Township Code provides that the township has the exclusive right to establish, maintain, and collect rates and charges for water supply service, and in such capacity, the township board may employ such person in such capacity as it deems advisable, and may make such rules, orders, and regulations as it deems advisable and necessary to ensure the efficient establishment, maintenance, and collection of rates and charges. And whereas Section 34-152 of the Scio Township Code provides that the adequacy of the wastewater service charge shall be reviewed annually by the township. The wastewater service charge shall be revised periodically to reflect a change in debt service or a change in operation and maintenance costs, including replacement costs in accordance with applicable federal regulations. And whereas the board has reviewed the previously adopted 5-year utility rate model to plan to meet the forecasted financial needs of the water and sewer funds, and recommendations to adopt the rates and charges set forth in the February 19, 2026 letter from Brian J. Kameler of Plant Moran presented to the Board of Trustees on March 10, 2026, and attached. And now therefore be it resolved that all current rates, charges, and fees regarding sewer and water rates, charges, and fees shall remain in effect and unchanged except as set forth below. Sewer user rates. For sewer service furnished by the system, user rates shall be $14.18 for each unit of metered water. Water user rates. For water service furnished by the system, user rates shall be $13.73 for each unit of metered water. Oh, and then we have the readiness to serve and water debt charges broken down. Yeah. It be finally resolved that the rate and charges set forth above shall be effective on July 1st, 2026.
Let's change that to rates if we could.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Clerk Flintoff, a roll call vote, please.
Was there a motion and second?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, wait.
Support by Reed.
Okay.
So introduced by Carrie, support by Reed. Roll call vote. Riser?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Resolution adopted 7-0.
Last thing, 1 unit is 1,000 gallons. Trustee Noel?
Say that again?
1 unit is 1,000 gallons. So we just raised the rates for one unit to 1418 or whatever it was. So that's 1,000 gallons is one unit.
Okay.
And some people don't know, they don't know how to read their bill, so. I'm not
It
saying-
does vary from township to, or municipality to municipality on how those are done.
Correct.
Some are, CCF, which is 748 gallons, is one unit. So here in the township, 1,000 gallons is one unit.
Yes, okay. Well, thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you, board. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a safe drive.
We're at O2, possible action. Dexter Senior Center presentation.
Oh. You be
I have a couple extra documents that
Hello.
didn't end up in your packet. Can I come?
Yeah,
hand
absolutely.
these over?
Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, hi, Anna.
Hi.
Wait, thanks for your patience, Anna. Is this different?
I don't know.
I have to say, I do a couple other presentations at a few other municipalities, and I love the table. The other day I presented at Webster Township, and there was just a microphone, no place to put anything, so this is really nice.
Well, I will talk to Mike D'Angelo, the supervisor. We're on a board together, so I'll let him know.
Yeah, I pulled up a chair to use as a podium. It was really weird. But my name is Anna Peckrell. I'm the executive director of Dexter Senior Center. And I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today and for your continued support of our center. I'm especially excited to be here because 2025 was really the most transformational and monumental year in our organization's history, and we've been around since 1971. Before I get into what really made last year special, I first just want to briefly talk about why the Senior Center exists, and that is to make sure that older adults in our community have a place where they are seen, where they're supported, and where they can be connected with one another. And in practice, what that looks like is the center is often the difference between somebody becoming isolated and staying engaged in their communities. When I was here last year, I was about 3 months into my new role. It was a very, very busy time for the center, and I had a lot of goals and a lot of aspirations of where we were going to go, and I am very proud to say that those were accomplished. Most important of our goals was to move into our new facility, which we did in July of 2025. We closed for 1 week and then reopened. And the response from the community was immediate and really greater than we ever could have expected. And with all of the growth that we saw in the last 6 months of the year, our organization had to grow quickly as well. So we had to hire quite a few new staff. At the beginning of last year, there was 1 full-time staff, that was me, and 1 part-time staff that was working approximately 10 hours a week. By the end of the year, we had 2 full-time staff and 3 part-time, working anywhere from 15 to 30 hours a week. But there's so much more to share, and so we'll get into that in just a moment. First, I want to just talk about the first page in your packet, which is just some pictures of what a day-to-day scene looks like at Dexter Senior Center. And so you'll see some of our music classes, our art programs. In the far left, we started going on group trips for the first time this year, which is something that our members have been requesting for years. So that was very exciting. On the second page of your packet, there is a letter from myself, which I hope you have had or will have the chance to read. It goes in a little bit more into detail about what's occurred over the last year, including the growth in our membership, the changes in our staff, changes that we had to make internally, policy-wise, system-wise. We also did a little bit more focus in Scio Township, attempting to get the attention of more of the older adult population. I'd like to thank Christy and Jessica for allowing us to participate in the quarterly newsletter. I can say that when I receive membership signups online, there's a space to put where you found us or how you heard about us. And I saw many that said that they heard about us through the Scio Township newsletter. So that was really exciting to see. But there's going to be more I'll share, but I do hope you have the opportunity to read that letter. It also includes our ask in partnership with the township this year of $35,000, which is higher than what we have received in previous years. But I do feel that we have a compelling reason as to why, or to justify that increase. So getting into that, the next page of your packet is just a snapshot of where things were at the end of 2025. So December 31st of 2025, we had 865 members, which was more than a 100% increase from that same time in December of 2024. I can say that today, as of March 10th, we have 955 members. So we've almost grown by 100 in just the past 2.5 months. In 2025, we hosted 650 fitness classes, which was an 81% increase over the previous year. And I'm proud to have that all of our fitness classes are free with the cost of your membership. So if you pay $35 a year, receive a scholarship, you can attend 10 plus group fitness classes each week. A lot of centers do a pay per activity model, but we've made a conscious decision years ago that we wanted fitness and wellness to be at the center of our membership and to be accessible. We served over 10,000 meals, and our average daily visitor count once we had moved into the new facility was 77 unique individuals each day. When we look at what people were attending the center, what they were checking in for, it breaks down into about 4 different categories. First, 40% of check-ins were for health and aging services, which includes our fitness classes, health talks, health screenings, mental health activities, followed by social connection activities at 38%. That's cards, puzzles, games, trips, social visits, and parties. Third, learning arts and enrichment, so any of our arts and crafts classes, our language groups, we currently offer Spanish, German, and French. Educational presentations, concerts, and then 5% of check-ins are for our congregate lunch program. On the following page of your packet is some Scio-specific information. I always like to start by reminding the group of what the older adult population in your community looks like, which currently 19% of all Scio Township residents are over the age of 65. Which is about on par with the state and the county. When we look at membership, Dexter Senior Center membership among those older adults, about 5%. It's now 6% with this increase we've had, but of all older adults are members of the Senior Center. 21% of our membership is from Scio Township. And then on the right, you'll see a chart that shows the membership growth over the past several years. I'd like to specifically point out the change from 2025 to 2026. I will say it says that in 2026 we had 180. We've seen an increase since this packet was put together. As of today, there are 196 Scio Township members, which is a 125% increase since last year when I spoke to you. And as more older adults continue to age and as they're looking for ways to age in place, we expect that our membership will grow as well. On the last page of your packet, we're going to jump around a little bit. I'm sorry about that because of the addition, but our annual budget for this year is $485,000. And that is anticipated. We are looking to hire an additional staff person, another part-time staff person soon, so it will be $500,000. But some of our goals include becoming a dementia-friendly senior center, growing our senior nutrition program, modernizing the senior center to make it so it is a space that we can potentially earn revenue from by renting it out to different nonprofits and groups that are looking for meeting space, and improving outreach to isolated older adults, because we know there are a lot of older adults that we just simply aren't reaching. And so that's another reason why the newsletter has been so fantastic. On the little packet I put together for you, this was some information requested by some of the other municipalities in our area, and so I wanted to share it with you as well. On the top is a chart that shows our breakdown of membership by municipality. And then on the bottom is a bar chart that shows in blue what our 2025 contributions were from each of the municipalities. And then in the pink is what we are requesting from each of them in 2026. And finally, just to kind of show you how things have changed at the center, the last page in this little packet, the green calendar is our current activity calendar for March 2026. You can see there's a really diverse offering of programs ranging from just fun activities to real healthcare related items. And just to see the difference, you can flip over the back to see what's changed over the last year. And so we have really, really expanded our offering to the community, and it's really kind of been a field of dreams situation. If you build it, they will come. And it's been the most rewarding experience of my lifetime, and our staff we're just all elated with how well things are going and how many more people we're able to serve each day. So thank you. I'd love to hear any of your questions.
This is great. I'm impressed. A ukulele jam group.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, this sounds awesome.
I want to go over there.
You know, we've thought about offering a pre-older adult membership just because we've had people, I want to go to things. I've been considering auditing a lot of classes on a regular basis just so I can do, yoga each morning.
Trustees?
I'm good.
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you,
Thank you
Anna.
very
Thank you.
much.
This is really great. I'm sorry? Is there an ask?
Yes.
I know it's here, but
Yep.
there's...
Our ask is for $35,000, which is, again, I understand higher than what we've received in past years. But I will mention, I know that... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, 35,000. This is the same that we had requested last year and I believe the previous year. And so I understand, though, that there are budget constraints. If there is any availability to do an increase in what our contribution has been, it would be fantastic, especially given the extreme increase in membership that we've seen. With that comes having to implement more classes because our classes are filled up. For example, despite our beautiful new big building, there are certain spaces where our classes are so popular that we're having to offer them on a different day and time to an additional class, just so that all the older adults that are wanting to utilize these resources are able to.
Anna, refresh my memory. It seems like last year your budget year, we did something different with our budget year and your budget year. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would suggest we could have Christy, if we all wanted to have Christy just come back at the next meeting on consent to maybe propose a renewal of the contract for $35,000. Because I think they are in a slightly different year.
Yeah.
Our fiscal year is January 1st to December 31st.
Okay. Yes, there was, right, okay.
But I think we changed it to align with
our fiscal year, okay. Yeah, I would like, should we have a motion or just?
Should you just bring it up?
Trustee?
Yes.
Trustees? Okay.
Is there consensus?
No.
A motion?
Because if we got bus 30, this is a 55% increase. We've got people asking us to help on bus 30. So we've got choices to make coming up.
Well, correct.
To go from 22.5 to 35 is a 55% increase. Dexter City's getting an 8% increase, but they paid more, but are currently already. But we're gonna have to make some choices with respect to, yeah, I mean, if there's, I don't wanna be the guy that blocks consensus, but is this the,
I'll ask a question sort of on a little bit of a tangent, but a similar line. So I saw your note, I appreciate that. I know the older person services millage, I have to say that the right way. I know the director started recently, and I'm hopeful you guys can get more money, because who doesn't love getting money from taxes we already charge people?
Could I speak on that a little bit?
Yeah,
Finish
yeah.
or go ahead.
I was gonna say, could you talk about, I saw your note here about how 40% of your total budget each year is funded by that millage. Is it looking like, I'm sure you've had some conversations, is it looking like the county is going to be more plentiful?
So here's, I've had a long conversation with Shannon, the new director of the Office of Aging. And at this time, there is no plan to raise the increase that the qualified senior centers of Washtenaw County are receiving. And I did question her a bit about whether that 200 could increase with just the cost or inflation. There's no plan right now. We're locked into the amount that the framework has for us. I also asked about some centers are able to operationalize the funding better than others. So some senior centers in our county only spent $50,000 of the 200 that they were awarded in 2025.
Okay.
We spent ours within 6 months. So that was a question about certain senior centers have the capability to spend more of that funding. There doesn't appear to be a plan or move to make changes to that. There's going to be an RFP program or RFP process for certain focus areas like housing, transportation, respite, and we plan to apply to any of those that we're able to, that have the, or we have the capacity to put out a new program. But they're not going to be just for operations.
They're not going to be ready anytime soon, I hear.
I have not heard, I heard maybe the end of the year. And so the millage was never intended to be the base or to be the all or the full funding source for senior centers. In fact, the millage language itself says that in order to remain a qualified senior center, we have to be receiving municipal support. And so if we were to happen to lose all municipal support, we would no longer be eligible to receive the older person's millage.
That was super helpful. I understand, Trustee Reiser, your concern as far as an absolute percentage. The math is the math. You are correct. That is 55%. I do look at it from a utilization per visit, and on a per visit usage basis, I think it's a service that is very cost effective and something that a lot of the residents are benefiting from. I will share your question about the DEA funds. It's a question I actually have for this board. It wasn't going to originally be a topic for tonight, and it doesn't have to be now, but we're going to return the DDA funds to the different taxing agencies. Brian will be doing the mathematics on that shortly. When we return that money, some of that money to the county, we can send it back with an ask. They don't have to follow it, but I think if we sent them an ask and asked them to use some of it towards the Dexter Senior Center, that would be a way of doing that without impacting the general fund.
Wow.
Just an idea.
as much, I mean, as
That's
much.
good. I like it.
I'm for money for this.
Or more than they're asking for, because it's funds that have already been collected and captured, and it's going back to the county. That, if they say yes, they say yes. If they say no, they say no. If they say something in the middle, so be it. And then we can always revisit it with general fund dollars if the county's unwilling.
Well, way back when I was a resident, I still am a resident, but I was running for office or thinking about it or whatever, and Jim Carson had reached out to me. And at that time, Scio had not contributed for a long, long time. And then when, they did at one point, but it was way under these other municipalities. And we're a wealthy community, and we have to remember, community is about our seniors. It's about the people that ride the bus. This is why we're here, is to support. And I'm in full support of this 22.5 raising to the 35,000. We have a healthy general fund. Not to say that we can just squander it, but
We don't have a deficit.
that's right. We don't have a
I'm going to
deficit.
support it, but I just point out
Yeah.
that it's by far higher than others
Well, it's not.
on a percentage basis.
I will say, though, that this is the same request I had last year, so even despite the significant 125% increase in Scio Township membership, I haven't came back with a request that matches that. So it
Yeah.
is still the request that I
That's
had
very
when we
fair.
had many or less Scio Township members.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being a, good steward of the resources you have, and that, I would be supportive of this happening. I think when we do give the money back to the county, asking them to direct it back to services in Scio Township in some way, shape, or form, which we could talk about a different night, I know it's getting late. We should talk about that, though, because I think we should ask. It's a compelling ask, especially if it goes to serve transit, serve people that are older people in the community. Makes a lot of sense.
I would just like to offer a motion to support the authorization of $35,000 to support services at the Dexter Senior Center, and ask our office coordinator, Christy Aiken, to return with a proposed contract on the March 24th consent agenda. And I would ask for a roll call.
I support.
I don't think we need a roll call. I'm going to go for it.
Can we have a discussion?
Sure.
I quite frankly find it embarrassing that Webster Township has 4% less participation than we do, and they pay twice as much money than we do. And that's embarrassing to us, I think. I'm flabbergasted that we're paying half what Webster is paying, and we have 4% more of our part of the population. I think it's outrageous.
I agree. I will support the senior center and transit before I will have discussion about Park Road. That's my opinion.
Well, you want to do roll call? Yeah, sure, okay.
Riser?
Yes.
Carey?
Yes.
Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
No. Should be 60,000, not 30,000.
Okay.
Motion passes 6-1.
Really? It should be 60,000.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There will be an announcement, if that's okay. I do that in the newsletter each day to recognize each of the municipalities that are supporting us, so I'll make sure that you guys get a copy of that. Thank you.
Anna, I just
you
want to
very
say,
much.
Anna, it seems like you're doing a great job as executive director. It's a hard job, and I can tell how much you've strengthened the organization, so thank you.
It's the best job in the world.
I just want to make one comment, please.
Yeah.
There's an undersell here. I'm on your webpage, and with the $35 a year membership, you get a $7 large pizza, classic pizza. You get 20% off Dexter Pub, My Cleaners, Joe and Rosie's, Aubrey's, Dexter Creamery, Dexter Bakery, Hearts and... Anyway, you can get your money back just by these discounts.
You absolutely, thank you for bringing that up. I somehow always forget to mention that, but it's because I don't qualify to use any of the discounts yet. But thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Have a good evening.
Take care. We'll be in touch.
They went to consent.
Oh, fine.
Well,
It's up to you.
I don't know what's happening. 0.5 should be our next one.
well, let's
Are they going into sessions?
I don't know if Murphy is.
Murphy and Chris? No.
The zebra pathway.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then Liz and Daryl are here for open space.
Well, so you're suggesting moving 05 to the end?
I just wonder, out of respect for the folks who are here, fully committed to.
And not a filibuster, or not a delay
John.
of my agenda item?
Of course not. John, I always finish.
Because we're supposed to get out of here at 10 o'clock tonight.
John, I always finish the agenda.
Yeah, and sometimes it goes pretty late, and we go into,
I
it's for the good of the order?
It was just to recognize that we got folks sitting here. But whatever the majority wants to do.
I don't mind doing the purchase of real property right now.
Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so let's,
And what about the pathway item, John? That's what I was suggesting. Just
Let's
want
do
to
it,
give
let's do
people
it
here
later. Let's do it later tonight.
Okay. So be it.
Okay.
That's what it takes to get your vote.
okay, this.
What do you, I'm not even following.
All
I'm not
right,
gonna
so,
respond.
wait a
Moving on.
minute, everyone, hold on a second. Options for Zeb Road Pathway Phase 5, possible, we have a couple of staff
Yeah.
members that live an hour away.
Exactly.
So could we finish that and then move on to the other? We only have three left.
I'll go with whatever the group wants to.
Okay, let's do the Zeb Road Pathway.
Fine with me.
Yeah, it's been a long day for everyone,
Yeah.
or at least,
I can
where
start.
did it go?
I can start with this one. I was the one that requested.
Sure.
Yeah, please. That we add it for possible action. Okay. Where are my notes here? We had a meeting, and we're probably going to call on Murphy to fill in some details. And, sure, come on up.
Trustee Reed.
And Matt,
Come on.
Matt Parks, I'm assuming is online. Okay, why don't you make him, yes, promote him. But let me go ahead and start. I'm going to give just a brief overview. We had a meeting this last week on March 6th, and to discuss potential future strategy with Phase 5. We are working on the tri-air easement. The OHM has recommended that we go out for bid at this time because it's time sensitive. He'll address more, Matt will address more relating to that, and soon Murphy will too. And I'll leave it at that. That's a general overview, and they can go into more detail. Okay, go ahead, Murphy.
Great. So basically, what we're asking today is for approval to go to bid for the design that has been brought in front of the board and the public for the past few months. So it's pretty much as simple as that. We're just hoping to go out for a bid. The way that we were proposing bidding it out is in 3 phases. The first phase would be from where it's left off now to Peters Road. The second phase would be from Peters Road to the end of the completion of the bridge. And then the third phase would be the final stretch between the bridge and the railroad tracks.
Matt, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, can you hear me all?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I think it was presented pretty well, but kind of where we're at is we're wrapping up final phases of everything's ready to go up for bid. The design's complete, the permits are in hand. We're working on that last easement. The main thing that we're doing is we want to be transparent with the contractors, and we want to go out for bids sooner rather than later. I think we're getting to a point in the year where contractors' plates are starting to become full. I think the gas prices are getting volatile and starting to impact bid prices. So the sooner we can get this out for bid and lock in these prices, I think it behooves the township. Murphy said it well. It's actually 4 phases. It's the section from where we left off to Peters, the bridge itself, the section north of that, and then we're splitting out the actual railroad crossing itself as an individual phase. And what we're doing is we're putting language in there that lets the contractor know that they can proceed with the phases from the south to the north as easements become finalized. So we'll continue to work on the final remaining easement over the next several months. And this will put us in position to get a contract executed, signed. And then we have probably months of material gathering and shop drawing review for the bridge in particular. And there's a good chance, and we kind of anticipated this anyways, that the majority of this construction would take place in 26, but the project will actually bleed over into 27, spring of 27. So this is a long-term project. So the sooner the better. I think waiting is just gonna potentially lead to higher costs and escalated prices on the overall project. And this is the last segment. This has been a long-term project from the very first phase of Z pathway when we put the section in front of Township Hall. So this will get us completion.
Mariah, did you want to add anything?
No, well, sure, why not? I agree with Matt and Murphy that what we really are looking for is to bid the entire project. So this will be the end of the Z Road pathway, breaking it up into pieces, but not wanting to run into a spot where if we're ready to go, we have to rebid something. Okay. So bidding all at once saves us from having some kind of weird bid delay mid-stride. The last easement that we're still hoping to get right now, the response from Tri-Air is a no, but they are very supportive of the pathway. And so I'm taking that as a no with a little bit of a maybe on the side, hoping that we can still talk with them about that. If we can't get that easement, there are some alternate plans that we've been discussing that would be handled as a change order within the bid process. So it wouldn't be having to go back out for bid, but doing a change order within the process that we've already had. So,
Mariah and Matt, I've been thinking about this, Tri-Air and the easement and whatnot. There's a right-of-way from the road commission that would go along there, right?
It's one of the alternates.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the options.
Okay, yeah. I think, yeah, that's a good
alternative. That one has some ADA issues because it's so steep. So, but yeah, I mean, we had a very productive meeting last week.
Okay.
And Matt said that they could comply with those ADA issues.
Well, that you can have a sort of an exemption from ADA for a specific, if your road has a certain steepness to it, you can have an exemption from ADA, is my understanding. So you understand?
That's correct.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yep, that's correct. And that's an alternate that we can do. And actually, Mariah said it perfectly. It's a change order. It would actually probably be less money. It just wouldn't be as, it's not the preferred option. I think the option would be to continue to work with Tri-Air and focus on safety and usage of the pathway. But we'll cross that hurdle if we need to. I think the key now is just getting that contractor committed.
Okay.
I'd like to move a model motion.
Wait.
Yeah, I just had a question. Fully supportive of moving the project forward, haven't been involved in the recent glitches. But we don't, normally when we move a bid process forward, we normally have like a memo from OHM or something about what we're bidding out. So like how much money, like what is it that we're bidding out right now? Sorry, maybe I missed the memo, but is this something? Okay.
The original plan had been to bring this to the board for discussion about options, but what became clear is that we don't need to talk about alternatives yet.
Okay.
We can move forward with the bid, and the sooner we do that, the better. And the board is, in my opinion, been kept very well apprised, sure.
Both.
Of what each of those phases are. So we're really just looking at bidding out the phases that we're already really familiar with and the project as a whole.
So how much is this one-ish? How much money are we talking
We
about?
don't have a formal bid packet available.
Well,
They are working on it.
No, well, I mean, it's
You must have
90
something,
90
Matt.
Yeah, there's 99% done. The only thing we need to do is add some clauses in there about the phases. But the plans have been provided to the township, and then we have an engineer's estimate approximately about 2.8 million.
2.8 million, okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay. And that is inclusive of the contribution we have from MEDC then? Is that right, Chris?
Yes.
We would use that as well as the fund balance.
Can I,
Okay.
just briefly, I want to thank, you guys have worked your tails off. Mariah, thank you for this. Matt, thank you for this. You're going back and forth. Chris and Murphy, I really appreciate your work on this. We may not have, this idea may have not germinated with this board, but we're doing it, we're all in, and we gotta do what we can to get it done, and I hope that it's like that baseball field, if you build it, they will come, and we're gonna see, but really, thank you for all your work. I mean that, Christie, it's, it's been a slog, thank you for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to
Insight.
move a motion. This motion would be to authorize OHM to advertise and seek bids for the remainder of the Zeeb Road pathway. It has been reviewed by Mariah.
Support by riser.
Okay.
And then I'll just make a note in the record that it's about 2.8, just so we can get that money committed.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't need a roll call, do we? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None? Motion
Unanimous.
passes.
Unanimously.
Yeah, unanimously. Yeah, thank you,
Good
Matt.
night.
Sure, guys.
We very quickly, I want to clarify, we very quickly approved 09, is that correct?
No, that's a
No,
closed
no, no.
session.
Yeah.
No,
We haven't done that.
We haven't done that yet.
that was,
Jillian was taking
that
us-
was 06 that we just did.
No, before we did.
Yeah, it was 06.
I know.
It was 06.
John said, let's vote on it, and we all said yes.
No.
No, I was,
No.
Okay, all right,
no, I
my mistake.
what,
Moving on.
Oh,
getting
no, what
late.
we were talking about
Moving on.
is 05 after the closed session.
No, I misunderstood. Go ahead.
yeah, I was trying to accommodate guests,
Yeah,
which I'm down with.
Try to-
Okay, so let's,
Here now.
That's right.
where are we? Yes, 09. This is the consideration of purchase of real property. Oh, this is to go into closed session. I had my paper right here. Do you have it according to? Oh, yeah. Wicked headache.
I would like to make a motion to enter into closed session for the purpose of considering the purchase or lease of real property up to the time an option to purchase or lease that real property is obtained as authorized by MCL 15.268 subsection 1D, and a 2/3 roll call vote is required.
Support the motion.
Okay, a roll call, please.
Yes for riser.
Carrie?
Yes.
Gable?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're now in closed session. Let's go to the other room.
Can I ask that our consultant be able to attend as well as our council and the chair and the representative?
Open session.
I move that we come out of closed session.
Support. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are now in open session. Well, Clerk Flintoff, will you? Sure. Please. share that, what we just.
Sorry, one moment. Okay, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve the expenditure of funds out of Fund 233, the Open Space Land Preservation Fund, for the fee simple purchase of property application number 2026-1 for up to $12,000 and $8,000 of due diligence and closing costs, and to acknowledge that there will be no additional environmental assessment because the township will instead rely on the prior assessment and the subsequent monitoring done by our open space consultant, and to authorize waiver of the land division fee.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oppose? None? This passes. Next.
I would like to make a motion to approve the expenditure of funds out of Fund 233, the Open Space Land Preservation Fund, for the fee simple purchase of property application number 225-2 for $235,000 and up to $15,000 of due diligence and closing costs.
Support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that one passes unanimously. Last one, please.
I would like to declare a potential conflict of interest on the next property, 225-6, and request that I be exempted from voting on the matter.
Support.
All in favor to accept Clerk Flintoff's request to recuse? Say aye.
Aye. And I also will ask to recuse on this property.
Support.
All in favor of Trustee Brandt's request to recuse herself? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Well,
Still have quorum.
so you're not disclosing why you're recusing?
Neither did Kathleen.
If he moved to recuse himself, I would support that recusal, and that's it, we vote on it while we still have people to vote on things.
So, okay, if we're recusing ourselves because of donations, then I'll have to recuse myself.
So I would just
No
direct.
one has to recuse
Yeah,
themselves.
direct everybody to Rule 11.2 and 11.3. 11.2 requires that the board shall vote on any request to abstain. 11.3 is a description of the conflict of interest. May exist when there's a possibility that the interests of the board may diverge from.
I don't even remember actually
So
at this
what,
point.
yeah, so what is a conflict for one board member is not necessarily a conflict for
Okay.
another.
Donations are different.
And the conflict, you're the one who determines.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just, for the open session, I'll share, I shared in closed session the reason for my potential conflict, but don't want to say more given the nature of the matter.
Okay, has everybody who wants to recuse themselves brought that forward?
I think there's a motion by Reed.
Did we? Yes?
David brought it forward.
Okay.
I supported it to the extent he made the motion, and I think, could
Did
we
we-
please vote on it?
Yeah, we need to vote on that.
Okay, we didn't vote on that. Okay. All in favor of accepting Trustee Reed's request to recuse himself, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone else? Okay.
Now that I constitute 25% of the board, I would move to approve the expenditure of budgeted funds out of Fund 233, the Open Space Land Preservation Fund, for the purchase of a conservation easement on property application number 2 2025-6 for $595,000 and up to $15,000 for due diligence and closing costs.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I just as a point of, I guess, information, I provided to our Parks Director, Murphy Harrington, the map that we looked at in closed session, and it's a map of our preserved land and land that we own, and it's from 2023, and I suggested that maybe we could get a new version because we've named some things, and she said they're already on it. So thank you for your work with Carlisle Wortman and getting us an updated map, because we own the stuff formerly known as Arbor's Grove. We brought, the Syker's been renamed to Five Oaks, so please do what you can to get us a meaningful map that has, you know, trailheads and parking lots and things like that, so residents can better get access to these things. So thank you all for your work, LPC, and you too, Barry.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Let's move on to the last item. 05, possible action, determine and report on board and employee relations. Trustee Reed and Trustee Riser, this is your agenda item.
All right, well, the motion, or the proposed motion speaks by itself. I would want to amend it from $20,000 to $30,000 at some point, and I'll make that motion so we can get it discussed. But by way of introduction, I think this is something that members of this board want, maybe not all board members, but I think it's something that the employees want, and I think it's something that members of the public want. We have discord, and to the extent I've been part of that discord, my apologies, and I think we need an outside look at how we work with each other and our behaviors at the board, and how that spills over deleteriously, negatively into the working relationships of some of our employees. So this would be an outside look by someone who did it for Kalamazoo Township and who's done it for other municipalities. I thank Trustee Knoll for her suggestion of the person that I propose that we use, and that's a Marshall Great, who is an attorney at the Clark Hill Law Firm in Grand Rapids. I spoke to him. His hourly rate is $348. He thought it would be anywhere from like $20,000 to $30,000. When I drafted this, I didn't have the potential high end, so I would propose it not to exceed of up to $30,000 for him to do this, and the scope is set forth. I shared with him once it hit the packet. I shared with him the scope, and he thought that was a fine scope. I would, at this point, I would like to, so we can discuss it more, I would move that Scio Township approve up to $30,000 to hire Marshall Great and appropriate support staff of the Clark Hill Law Firm to investigate and report on the working relationships among the Scio Township board members and the board members and township staff as set forth in the scope above. The work shall not commence until the township's labor attorney has been consulted. Support.
Can I just ask that you read it again so I can get it down?
I will tender to you my my copy.
Thank you.
That works.
Appreciate it.
And this is not intended to be a review of employee. This is not an employee. Pardon?
That's helpful.
This is not. We're not looking at how anybody does their job. We're looking at how we interact. Really, how do we do our job, the public's work, and how does that impact into the into the work environment. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking in the mirror, not at somebody else. And I think it speaks for itself. I've spoken on this publicly in the past, and I'll let others speak for or against it and yield the floor.
Okay. Should we start with Trustee Reed? Do you have anything?
No, I agree with John. I think this is necessary. We need to work together. We need to figure out how to work together.
Trustee Knoll?
I have a few comments. I mean, I agree in part with John and David. It's substantial agreement. However, in the background here, you reference talking to former employees and outside consultants. Do we want it to be that broad? I mean, I would say perhaps we don't. I mean, maybe we could say that employees currently employed by Scio Township at this time when we pass this could be interviewed if they want to be.
I agree. They can submit written stuff. The reason I did that is we have a lot of people who don't work for us, and we might be why.
Well, it's going to be too hard to discern those subtle reasons with people who no longer serve as consultants. And then how do we decide which consultants we're going to review?
Then we can strike consultants, or we can leave it up to the outside attorney to I don't know. I appreciate your concern. If I'm open to having parts of that struck, if we want the attorney to focus more on one aspect, but I really think it's relevant to why we have had people leave Scio Township.
We don't know that, though, right now. We don't know that.
Well, that's what this guy could look into.
Well, I think he's already got a big task here, meeting with all of us and with any employees who want to speak to him or his staff. I just don't want to make it too broad. I want to have it defined so we're all on the same page.
I appreciate that, and if there are suggestions, I'm certainly open to them, as I suspect David would be.
Okay. I too am concerned about the dynamics, and I'm also aware that we may need another intervention beyond this, where someone skilled with interpersonal relationships, such as that outside consulting firm that Ian had suggested, we may need, we may want to start with this, have them do an investigation, issue a report and observations, and that might lead to other things, other approaches down the road, or we talk about the potential other approaches now, too. But I think just getting the report from this firm or this attorney isn't going to be enough. I think we're going to have to do more. So I'm going to propose a two-step process.
I want to thank David and John for bringing something forward. And I want to say I wanted to table it just so that it could be more, with more consultation and fully baked, because I was, but we can do it at the table, or we can get some ideas and have it come back. But as this, to have a scope, and I appreciate you found a law firm. Before it said outside law firm or consultant, which is a pretty big range. And I'm never in favor of authorizing money when I don't have a scope of work and a proposed vendor. I would say This is really important, and I want us to do it right, and that's why I was disappointed that this, I really want Bill Thacker's feedback on this.
That's fair.
Because this, as it's written right now, is, and I want to say, no matter what the board decides, I will fully participate in whatever processes we have. However, this as written seems to be a little bit of a kind of Frankenstein mix of an investigation, which is typically in response to allegations, and kind of management consulting, organizational development. I think we could benefit from both. One, either, both, I would support, truly. But this right here is so, like, to investigate a culture, that's like, I mean, we're not investigating the ancient past. We have, and I would, certainly, so I guess that's the thing. So it sounds like with the selection of a law firm, then you're thinking more, I think more, that this is an investigation.
I do, yeah.
Okay. So, and I just want to get clarity of purpose here, because when I think we've thrown around different things, and certainly Ian's firm was much more of a management consulting firm, I guess, kind of organizational development, which would be different than an investigation. So when and I just want to note too, as somebody who does work here in the office, like, and I think others on the board and staff, some staff would agree, it's been really, really hard. I will say we have spent a lot of money and resources already. I'm not opposed to spending more, but, I had these all detailed out, and when I thought about it, it was pretty astounding, right? We hired Susie Rodwan, right, early on when the first term started for Aurora, Christy, Ryan, Jillian, and me. We have had, I think, 5 counseling sessions by our labor attorney, of staff, of leadership. I don't know how many hours, different, with the township attorney. But certainly I know everyone has been trying to figure this out. And I think it was, I get the sense, I don't know, but I get the sense that, that we've been advised as far as we can be advised by our attorneys. Our attorneys have, I think the legal risks to the township are clear. I mean, clear to us. I think the real expressed concerns about, bullying, about chain of command, about, misinformation, the kind of erratic misinformation buzzing around, and people being worried about losing health care, or these things that just start where it's like, that's not true. So I want to say that this board knows it is well documented. And I would say for any process, I would ask David and John that whatever the investigation is, or this firm, whatever they're looking at, that we look at like written complaints that have been made to HR, things we each have personally witnessed or personally engaged in. I will note that we have a lot of information, and I think we would be remiss, like exit interviews, John, like we would be remiss to not consider what information the township has. We don't have at this table, but.
No, but that's kind of what I meant by past employees, exit interviews. I mean.
Okay.
So you mean people who are currently employed now but might leave?
No, I'm
No,
no,
left.
like people who.
Where are
have
the
left.
exit interviews?
Like exit interviews. That's just, I guess.
I know what they are.
It would be my intention to leave it to someone who's done this before to look into the board. Like, if it was just us not getting along, I don't like that, but that's part of what I have to deal with for 3 more years. I mean, honestly, if Brian's a jerk to me, I just gotta try to work that out the best that I can. What I really don't like is our relationships, some of which are sometimes caustic or toxic, how that flows into the workplace. If it was just you guys kicking my ass every day, I wouldn't like it, but that's what I signed up for. It's the stuff that we do that flows, that spreads out.
And John, the only reason I responded to that is it says this would be accomplished through confidential interviews with all concerned parties. The scope of work would include, and when you said, you know, all of this list, it just sounds.
If it's too broad, we can hone it. We can hone
Yeah.
it. I mean,
And not to tell the expert how to approach it, but just to be clear on
the scope,
because
the scope's important. I agree with you, Jessica.
Yeah. So then on the investigation front, a question, and I've read as much as is publicly available about Kalamazoo Township, and the piece that I didn't see, I mean, because it was a pretty explosive report that they came out with, and they relied heavily on interviews with their longtime township attorney. So, and I'm not going to make eye contact with Mariah right now, but they relied on interviews with their longtime township attorney, which I thought was complicated at best. I would also say that report, and that resulted in, you know, the banning of their treasurer from their township hall, and it was explosive, and it covered a lot of things. What I haven't ever seen, and I was wondering if you or David had seen, this Clark Hills report says it's in response to the letter of December, 2025. And I assumed that letter set forth a written complaint or a written scope that they were responding to. So I was wondering, could Clark Hill give us their scope? Like, without getting too much into it, I don't really care what's going on in Kalamazoo Township, other than I assumed that they had a specific complaint or set of complaints that they were investigating.
Complaints regarding the treasurer. It led to a censure. He gave a report. There were findings, and they were recommended. And one of the recommendations was, frankly, a petition for the removal of the treasurer by the governor. So that was.
Yeah, and there have been subsequent censures too.
And that's different, I think, than what we have. Although maybe I'll be removed at the end of this, but I hope not.
No, and John, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that it was a pretty politically explosive report that came out, and I'm just saying I'm curious about how narrow was their scope, because that report seemed to cover a lot of topics.
But that didn't have to come out unless they voted to waive the attorney-client or the privilege. These the advice that this is going to be a report to the board that we release to the public if we want to release it to the public.
I would, and I appreciate you do FOIA in your other life.
Not FOIA, but
No, I mean advise on FOIA stuff, but I would be curious for our township attorney's opinion about how much could actually be kept as attorney-client privileged. I mean, if it is, I mean,
You've
it's,
engaged that attorney as an attorney for the township.
then it's all attorney work
The
product,
report would be- yes.
even if it's an investigation.
Well, the report would be, yeah, and you probably won't get a lot of the other details. You know what I'm saying? Not really, because it's late. The report would most likely be privileged, and the information that went into the report would be unlikely that would be released to you. I think what you're getting is a report that could be a privileged report.
Okay, and the last thing I'll say is I would ask for the scope to include, and maybe this is what you meant on your last bullet point, but I mean, recommendations on how it could function more effectively, but also I want recommendations on how to end the bad behavior. I mean, point blank. And I'm not talking about staff. I also want to say on scope, I want it to be clear that this is not an evaluation of staff. Certainly, staff should provide input where, however is appropriate. But the way this is right now, like, you know, all the relationships and stuff, I just want to be clear that we have ways to evaluate staff as needed. And I just want to be super clear, this is not about staff.
I'm not looking for ammunition against Brandon and Murphy and Christie and Aurora or Chris
Yeah.
or anybody
I just want
else.
that to be more
I'm not
clear
looking for
in the scope.
ammunition.
Yeah,
I'm the target.
I don't think
Or
that was,
subject.
I don't think that was your intention, John.
Yeah.
I just would like the scope to more clearly make that clear, especially when we have, you know, we've been notified we have a union, second union potentially, and we have a current union, and we've had issues during the, you know, bargaining, you know, period. I mean, so I think we got to think about how this plays out in the fire department and everything else. That's all.
I think that that this attorney should have the option of talking to Mariah. No, I mean it. Ann Thacker, yes.
And Mariah has the option of talking to him if I don't want to.
John's language is mandatory.
Well, I can get rid of.
He's gonna walk that back.
I talked to her and I can't compel that, just like we can't compel any of us to, you know, there are statutory duties and limitations. So I guess I would encouraged, highly encouraged, greatly encouraged, I would substitute encouraged. Substitute the word encouraged or highly encouraged for the word mandatory.
Where?
Under the first bullet point, which is, you know,
Okay.
Mandatory is not lawful.
I was trying to constrict everyone.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Is encouraged.
Yeah, is encouraged.
Strongly encouraged.
I mean, if this could come back slightly revised, a little tighter, I would support it. But, and it's okay if I'm the only one who doesn't. I just want to get it right.
Well, can we revise it now?
I'll share. I'll give you one to start. Here's a scope I would take up.
Okay.
I would support a revised scope of investigation of the claims made in the letter sent to the board by our human resources manager and office coordinator.
Seriously, that's the only issue?
No, that's just a start. We wanted a scope. It's a place to start.
Okay, but the board has been notified of that. I would say there's other written claims too, but that one is front and center in public.
Well, this is an investigation of every single one of us, correct?
Well, I don't know, this sounds like an investigation of the whole township, including consultants.
Well,
I appreciate John.
No, I'm not trying to investigate consultants.
No, I know, that's why I think you need to tighten up the language if you want it to be about
Yeah,
officials, to just say officials.
You know, firing people. Also,
So Jillian,
yeah.
Who has fired somebody?
No, there was,
I'm just saying, let's not get into this. This is
Okay.
exactly why I didn't want to have this conversation in public.
there was a suggestion.
But
this
there's only
is exactly
seven
what I'm
things.
talking.
There's only 7 things. Participation by the Scio Township Board would be, instead of mandatory, that would be highly encouraged. Participation by the Scio Township staff will be encouraged, but voluntary. We can't compel our employees to play this game with us. If requested, all responses will be anonymized to the extent possible. It gives confidentiality to the extent that can be done. Board members, employees, former employees, and contractors would also be able to provide written input to the consultant if desired. Now, that they don't have to do that. I mean,
I think we should strike that part.
and I'm okay with striking that part entirely.
I'm not in support of that. If they want to come forward and,
Well, it doesn't say that they can't. I mean, I guess it'll be, I guess maybe.
But again, I think the purpose, like, I don't have a problem necessarily with former employees if we had a clear purpose. Like, if the purpose were like a focused question, but But to say, I mean, I think the culture within Scio Townships, so if you had to underline your scope, your purpose, what would it be, John? Investigate the culture, is that the right sentence?
May I make a suggestion? Does it make sense to also get some sort of scope from a human resources group like the one that Mr. Hubert had proposed? So that you can compare what the law firm might do with what the human resources consultant might do? I don't know. I mean, I hear what the clerk is saying, and based on what I read about what happened in Kalamazoo Township, it did sound like they were dealing with a very specific question. Could you look at this thing and talk about how it impacts? And this question, I'm not saying that the question here is just sort of like, hey, what do you think?
Yeah.
It feels,
Yes, thank you.
I'm not sure that you're going to end up with something that is helpful. And I'm not sure, I mean, I don't know anything about this law firm, but what type of recommendations would a law firm make about how you can improve your personal culture in the workplace would be my concern. I know I can't do that. I don't have any idea how to manage humans. But, and maybe these folks have some expertise in that. But John, you know, when you just think of like just your regular law firm, do you think of them coming in and saying, here are some tips and tricks?
No. I think of this as akin to what Michigan State did when they had the problems there, and with Nassar, and with the coach and the allegations of the football coach, and what Michigan's doing right now. They have these outside firms. They come in, they get to talk to people, they give them as much an anonymity as they can, and then those notes are their notes, and they do a report. This riser shouldn't be calling up Brandon at midnight and asking for how the hell does my meter work. And riser shouldn't be calling Murphy and saying, hey, I think we need a path and it should be this way. I mean, and riser shouldn't be paneling it up with Jillian and supporting her when I shouldn't be supporting her or whatever. I mean, I mean, if I'm doing something wrong, I just picked someone to my left. I don't want to pick on Ryan anymore. So I guess what I'm looking for is I want.
But if you're doing something legally wrong, isn't that different than something humanly wrong? I don't even know what the right word is.
The attorney has it's the confidential, a lot of it's the confidentiality of the gathering and the report. The report doesn't have to go out to the world unless we say so. That's the advantage of going with a law firm, honestly.
And with that investigation, the investigative report, if there's another, like whatever Ian, I wasn't here, whatever he had submitted, would that report be given to that company and then they would build upon that or work with that?
Only
would
if we
hope
released
so.
it.
I mean, hope so.
I just want to say, let's talk about attorney-client privilege here for a minute. So we might agree that it rests with the board and it would require a board vote. Now, it hasn't always been how things have operated here with documents being shared. And I don't know what the case law falls on that, if it relies with each of us or with a vote of the board. I also want to say with a future board, and I would support a vote of the board.
I would think 4 people would have to release it, and there could be.
If the advice were given to the board as a whole.
There could be a redacted
Okay.
version, or there could be a public version.
Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm just thinking about the redactions, you know, with FOIA and things, with, you know, impressions and stuff. But
I'm just trying to get candid input.
I like the idea of candid candid input. I would also say there's a lot of input already. I mean, there's like binders of information, right? I mean, if you actually gather it, I mean, from the last year and a half, right?
Binders, there's full, I've never known about all these
I'm,
full
no,
binders.
I'm just saying, if I, you know, if I were to gather like my information, or, you know, if Mariah were to gather her information, or Bill, like people who, Aurora, people who have been engaged, other staff, I mean, people have a lot of information to share, and I think that'd be valuable. I would really like to get, I'm supportive of a, you know, management consulting firm. I'm supportive of this law firm doing an investigation, John. I am. I would like the scope to be a little bit tighter to make it clear that it's about the officials and not about the staff. Understanding staff would be engaged. And I would like Bill to weigh in on this scope before I will support it. That's it. I want us to get the scope right.
Listen, we haven't had this yet. If I gotta wait 2 more weeks or whatever, I don't mean if we have to wait
close.
2 weeks, yeah, but I hope we are genuinely close. We haven't heard from a couple of members, but certainly want to hear their input on this too. Board members.
What was the motion that you had, could you read?
Yeah, I have his notes.
The model motion with a friendly motion to be, would be highly encouraged for the participation by the 7 of us.
And he has to approve 30,000, the motion on the table, 30,000 to hire Marshall Great and appropriate support staff of Clark Hill Law Firm to investigate and report on the working relationships among Scio Township board members and township staff as set forth in the scope above. Work shall not commence until the township's labor attorney has been consulted. So this still says about board members and staff.
Yeah, because if we're doing stuff to mess with them, we can get rid of the township staff if you want to.
It doesn't mean they wouldn't be consulted. I just
I
don't want that to be the subject.
can live with that. I can live with that. The township board members
Well, and how about,
and the impact on staff.
yeah, well, and also, wait a minute, where did it go? Working relationships among the board members and the board members and township staff. How about with, you had it up here, something to the effect of township staff is encouraged, but, you know, to make it clear that this is not an investigation of township staff.
The subject of the investigation is what's got to be clear.
Is that clear enough for you at this time, Jessica?
No.
Okay.
We're close.
Okay.
I mean, I think this has been good
I
input.
agree.
I just think it needs to be rewritten.
How about among board members and the impact on township staff?
Well,
Because if we all fought, I wouldn't like it, but I'd live with it. But what I don't like is them having to live with it every day. Not the 2 people in the back, but the people who work next door.
Well, John, you're making an assumption here.
well,
that-
here,
Yeah,
You're making an assumption.
yeah, and I think it's got impact at fire. I think it's got impact on a lot of people.
this was in my office today. I had board of review, that I 1 hour. I'm going to read this. To the Board of Trustees, on behalf of the employees of Scio Township, we are writing to express strong support for engaging an independent third-party consultant to conduct a thorough review of organizational relationships, both between the board and employees and among employees themselves. Over time, employees have observed and experienced challenges that are affecting the health and effectiveness of our organization, including, here's bullet points, low morale and disengagement, which threaten the productivity and organizational cohesion. Fear of retaliation, which discourages employees from raising concerns or providing candid feedback. perceived inequity of treatment among staff members, which undermines trust, collaboration, and fairness in the workplace. A sense that concerns are not adequately addressed or escalated, leaving many employees feeling undervalued and unheard. These issues are not minor or isolated. They impact the daily work environment, employee well-being, and ultimately the organization's ability to achieve its mission. We believe that an impartial professional consultant can objectively identify the root causes of these concerns and provide actionable recommendations for improving communication, trust, and equity within the organization. We respectfully but urgently request that the board take this step. By doing so, you would demonstrate a commitment to a fair, safe, and supportive workplace, ensuring that employees feel valued, heard, and empowered to contribute fully. This action is critical to the restoring trust, morale, and organizational effectiveness. Thank you for your attention and consideration of this important matter. Sincerely, 14 employees have signed this.
By name?
Yep.
I've not seen
You can.
No, this is the,
Okay.
I just,
She has it right there.
I didn't even read it until right now.
I was not aware of this.
I like to see it. Oh, wait a minute, sorry.
Yeah.
That's yours.
I would say, given that, I don't think that a law firm is the appropriate party to do this work.
And who do you suggest?
And, yeah, that's not what was asked for. And I would just also say, knowing that 14 employees, I don't know who they are. I appreciate employees speaking up. But, you know, given the notification we got about the union, I just think, you know, Bill gave us some good advice last week, and I'm trying to follow it. And I don't have enough information to know if we're following it.
Agreed.
Okay, so I said earlier, I didn't consider the law firm review to be the final point in this process. And if we have an initial review by this firm, if we revise our motion so it's tighter, we can also state the intent to have an organizational consultant at a later date. And I think the consultant should review the report from this initial law firm.
But then it would be privileged.
Well, I guess we take a vote of the board and see if how many of us would vote to release it.
But we might not need a consultant. We might say, hey,
Might
I'm
not.
part of the problem.
We
I
might
gotta
not.
change my evil ways.
Okay, I mean, we might not need a consultant, I agree. An organizational person.
If we take it to heart, we might not.
We might not, but we might.
I agree with you. Not pushing back on that.
Okay. I mean, we can put it in there as a consideration.
That letter might be a specific goal for the law firm to look at.
Yeah.
The lack, apparently, I get the feeling from that memo that there's a lack of, more than trust.
Yeah.
The feeling that lack of trust between the board and the staff. They have concerns that they've brought to some board members, I think, and that those concerns have not been addressed. And so they feel, obviously, I use it in their words, they feel unheard and they feel ignored. And I think that's where we can have this investigator, this reviewer, whatever you want to call him, spend his or her effort.
But isn't that an organization, because that talks about the relationships between staff and management, and it talks about, I don't remember the exact words. Again, this is where I am supportive of an investigation. I am supportive of an organizational development consultant. What is you two are proposing is an investigation. That, you know, that sounds to me to be, I don't know, but sounds to me to be looking more for, you know, an assessment of the organization, not an investigation and complaint.
Well, maybe investigation is the wrong word.
Because, especially because that is also about,
A very powerful word.
I don't think it is the wrong word, but.
I don't think it's the wrong word.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I was trying to get clear on scope, like, I don't think there's an investigation into culture. That's like I think Ryan said that's an anthropologist.
Cultural anthropologist is what investigates culture in academia. And I still have to refer back to our attorney's point, which is that really if we want to work on culture, work on relationships, and work on the organization, no offense to attorneys, but I think that people that do that work are generally not law firms.
I think we could do both.
And I think we could do both.
And have an organization.
I am also just very hesitant, given the fact that we have, we've been instructed by our labor council on how we should act during this period of time and operate in certain manners, and this is very much towing the line.
Well, we'll get his input.
Salary,
We'll get his
benefits,
input on this.
Retribution.
I mean,
I'm not touching organizing a union or not, I'm not touching whether they should. This is so far afield from whether a certain group or organizes. I'm not touching labor or benefits. This is just what we do that makes their job hard. And I mean, and like, so how should we change our behaviors? Let's say they don't do a damn thing differently. What do we need to do? It's a look inward, not down the org chart, the chain of command.
well, they're all interrelated.
I agree, but.
But then it becomes an evaluation of staff, and which we can do, but I just, like, it sounds like, I just don't want to create more problems between staff.
Nobody
This has got
wants
to be
to.
focused. I know, but this has got to be focused.
Yeah, I want to talk to, this is so broad and wide that it could be easily influenced, let's just put it that way. Someone could ask the previous deputy treasurer to come and air all her grievances, and there's no point in doing that. But what you have written here is so broad that somebody could say, go get that person, or call them up and say, you need to do something, call Marshall Gray and tell them what you think. So this whole line that says board members, I could almost see that as prior board members. Some prior board members are not gonna like me. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not done, John, so please let me finish. I would take out this whole thing, board members, employees, former employees, and contractors. And it should be focused for what we have already documented for complaints or direct observation.
I agree. We need to use some data. The firm should use some data that exists and interviews.
I think the interviews are gonna be telling.
Yeah, but I also think, because like you're saying MSU, and I just want to say, like, it's not the same type of promise, but I like that model, like what you're saying, but those are situations where there's also stuff where, again, we need to be clear, if you think something's, I'm not asking you, I'm just saying, that's where, like, horrible, unlawful, terrible things were happening, right?
Yeah, I wanted to say, it's in MLive that the University of Michigan has already spent $2 million on investigating Sharon Moore and
And the culture of the athletic department.
$2 million. So this looks like it could be the same situation where you're going to spend a lot of money. If it's not,
More than $1 million, but it's, just kidding. It's got a not to exceed 30K.
I think 30 is, if you focus.
Yeah, not to exceed 30K.
I think if you want to do both an investigation and an organizational assessment, you wouldn't put $30,000 just on an attorney.
Well,
this would only be for the investigational component right now, to get it
But
started.
It's still, it's so,
It is too vague. I
it's
agree.
too vague.
I think we can give a more specific scope, keep it focused on the officials, right? That's what you want it focused on, right?
Of
Yeah.
course,
So you
we're the
want-
problem.
We just want we want the investigation just for the officials and the staff that just gave us a letter. They have no input?
I didn't say that. I was
Okay,
saying
so
the topic of the investigation, I think the organizational assessment, can have broader range, but we have management rules, we have work rules, we have performance reviews. If there's issues with staff, then it's on us to deal with those. I don't think it's fair to staff, I think it's very undermining of staff to say we're gonna suddenly investigate something that would normally be managed through performance management.
Well,
That's-
that letter, I don't think staff is worried about it, given the number of people who've signed that letter, which I hadn't seen until mid deliberation. I'd be willing to work with those interested in refining the scope, but I really want to keep it, it's never intended to like, gotchas for employees, or employees need to.
I'll work with you on it, John, and we can bring it to the.
But we might not agree either.
No, but we.
All right, let's call the question. There's a motion, let's, whatever happens with the
I
motion.
can't support it when this, I can't support it for such a broad scope.
And I think we're very close, and there's 3 of us who work in the office and 4 who don't.
I move to postpone this until our next meeting, and to bring it back after, trustees have, I guess it's my motion, I'll bring it back after consulting with anyone that wants to talk to me about it, and I'll bring something back, given the comments that we've had here tonight. It's gonna be an inward look at the board, it's not gonna be looking at Scio Townships, I'll strip the consulting out of there. As far as former employees, that may or may not be relevant, I leave that to the investigator, where he might not care about that, we got enough people internally to talk to. And they can say, oh, by the way, somebody left because of this.
No, John, I don't think you just leave this up to the investigator. Like, you just left a wide opening there for former employees and say, well, that's up to them. I'm gonna make it a little more personal. I have been accused of screaming so loud that everybody heard it. That is a bold-faced lie, and it's being spread like wildfire.
Talk to staff. And I've been.
I'm not
accused
done
of doing things
speaking.
with
I'm not,
employees that-
you're interrupting
So, yeah,
me.
don't-
You're
and
interrupting me. You are interrupting me constantly.
No, not constantly.
You just did it again. But I'm not supportive because my name is going all over this new webpage. I'm calling it Fix Scio 2, that is full of misinformation, specifically about me. And I see where this broad investigation is going. It becomes then a witch hunt, and anybody can tell anyone to go and submit your feedback.
How should?
Former employees should not be included.
And I
I
agree.
want to know why they left.
We both have good points, but I'm willing to take out former employees. I'm willing to take out former employees.
Former board members.
I don't even, in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't think that we would talk to Will Hathaway, Mark Brazo, and Donna Palmer.
Well, John, it's just so easy to make this focused.
Oh.
I did one already on this exact topic. And it was what I would consider a real scope of work that you can put into a contract.
Kathleen, have you shared that with John?
No.
Well, are you willing to?
I am. He said he would take any input.
Okay, good. Good.
And John, instead of previous employees, maybe we should ask the exit interviews of previous employees.
I don't know.
I would offer the board, as the board liaison to management, that I've spoken with our HR manager, and we could have a session with board members. We can figure out how to do it as a closed session if it's possible, but we can, it would be less than a 15-minute meeting to explain why people have left. And we could explain it to the board as a whole, and you could ask questions of the HR manager. We'll have to figure out how to do that in a closed session, but that's something the HR manager and I actually discussed yesterday.
I've
Yeah.
asked for exit interviews from, and she said, I talked with them, I didn't write anything down. And when I talked to that employee, I was saying goodbye to them, their version of the story was different than what she told me.
That's hearsay in a court of law, it's hearsay.
Well,
I'm
exactly,
not
so
taking
that's
any of
why I support an outside firm to look into it, and also former employees that want to come forward and say why they left.
But now you're
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 making
scoping
it-
staff again.
No, you're making it sound like we're gonna interrogate staff and say, oh my God, you gotta,
But
you
you're
know, we're
just
gonna.
talking about staff. You're talking
Former-
about staff talking to staff. You just raised a scenario where you want to know more about staff, a prior conversation between a staff person and another staff person. And
No,
that-
it was an
that's just
exit interview
management.
that was not there. So I'm concerned that there's no exit interviews, is what I'm saying.
Well, it sounds like Ryan is proposing we sit down with Aurora for 15 minutes and have a closed session and hear her descriptions of some of the reasons.
I think our township attorney is shaking your head, sorry.
Oh.
But certainly, members could schedule an appointment with Aurora. Have you
Yes.
talked to Aurora, John? Or David?
Or anyone else?
Have you guys talked to Aurora?
Yes.
I've talked to Aurora several times, but it depends what you're.
What about this topic, like, because I do think I don't see any reason why one of us couldn't make an appointment, sit down, review any notes there are, talk to her one-on-one
But we're.
about this question.
But we're segueing a little bit into a different topic.
Sorry.
You know, I'm trying to focus on how we bring this back with the scope of an inward look of, obviously, we're gonna add current board members so that, you know, Mark Brazeau doesn't taint the pool. And we're gonna get rid of the.
I wasn't talking about Mark Brazil.
Oh, you just interrupted her.
No, that's all right. But I was being a smart aleck. She can rib me back. So, I get rid of former employees. I think the former employees, that might come up organically. I mean, I think we're gonna have to trust the expert who has done this before to look at our culture, to look at our relationships, and how some of what we do impacts staff.
How about this? Table this for 2 weeks, you talk to Bill Thacker and get his input.
Okay,
And Kathleen, get her.
of course.
Yeah.
I'll share my
Also,
contact.
everybody else's input then.
Yeah, I mean, John, I'll take some time and draft something similar to this
And I would ask.
for your consideration.
For my consideration, but I want a hard-hitting inside look at us, rather than something that's watered down, not that you're gonna do that. but
John, I'm not watering it down, I'm beefing it up and focusing it. I think that this is messy water.
Okay.
And so I want to improve it.
Then I'll just relax and trust and just
I
have
would
faith
prefer-
that you're gonna bring a beefier, more focused version.
Super.
For us to all consider.
For an investigation, that's the law firm.
And I prefer
Yes.
Bill Thacker involved in this, rather than individual board members
So-
that have.
I agree, Bill
I
needs
move,
to be involved.
I move that.
And he is,
Can I move I'm sorry, I didn't.
no, go ahead.
I
Went out of
move
here.
that agenda item 06, the funnest one of the, 05, the funnest one of the night, by the way, be postponed 2 weeks until our next meeting for us to bring, to consult with board members and refine it pursuant to our discussions and deliberation is the word I meant to say tonight.
And township employment attorney? Would
Yeah,
that be
yeah,
good?
yeah, that's part of the, yep.
I support.
Okay, so there's a motion by
I'll support it too.
All in favor, say aye. No.
Aye.
Oppose? None. Motion passes. Public comments. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. Anyone in person, come forward. Hi.
Okay, boy, where to start? I think that past employees are a gold mine. I think current employees, if they're feeling intimidated, like that letter said, that they still feel like they could come under the saw of retribution, the sword of Damocles hanging over their head. Past employees do not have any skin in the game anymore, and will give you a very candid, honest opinion. I think eliminating former employees is a big mistake. Yes, Trustee Knoll, I think you had a good point. It gets started. It gets it started. But you need more. Like my husband said in his public comment, don't let perfect get in the way of done. So, Kurt Flintoff, you said you were vacillating, and it just like, if it's not this, and you say, and I mean, what I heard was, okay, so you guys have paid dollars and gathered information before. You have binders, as was referred, of information before.
Binders worth.
Binders worth. Obviously, it has not fixed a goddamn thing, pardon my language. It hasn't fixed a thing. You can't do it yourselves. I don't care if you had 50,000 binders of stuff. You don't have the skills, experience, tools to fix it yourselves. Otherwise, it'd be fixed by now. So you need to get the outside help. I mean, there's just, and I'm sorry, no offense to Mariah, but I mean, to anybody who say we have interviews with the township attorney and in these binders and so on, anybody employed by the township gathering this information is a tainted source, is a biased source, not tainted, but biased. There's going to be bias. This outside firm has no skin in the game. They don't know about what, Jessica said to Kathy and Kathy said to, they don't know that. They're coming in fresh and whole. And I just think anybody employed by the township who's going to be the data collector is absolutely just a bad idea. I did have to laugh. I'm sorry, Clerk Flintoff, you said you wanted to reveal bad behavior. Like you have, the way you said that to the rest of the township sounds like I want y'all's bad behavior. It was a huge point outward. There was not even a shred, a scintilla of all bad behavior, including mine, like Trustee Reiser is saying, if I'm doing it, I want to know kind of thing. I really object to that comment. It's kick the can, kick the can, kick the can, kick the can. I think a no vote is absolutely heinous. You guys have a letter from 14 employees sitting in front of you. Very explicit about what their problem is. To not take active, participating, we're for this, let's go forward. No, but let's pick this little nit, I understand kind of getting, like cleaning up language, I get all that, but I tell you guys, if 2 weeks from now, you vote no on it, or let's go another 2 weeks, or let's go another 2 weeks, or another 2 weeks, holy cow, you are the absolute example of what is wrong in this township, of why the employees and the staff are so upset. And it's so maddening. If you wanted it, you'd freaking do it. I just don't understand. Don't let perfect get in the way of done. Don't. And and honestly, eliminating any former employee just makes you all look scared. It just makes you all look scared. I don't think that we should have former employees, former employees weigh in on this. Yeah, a lot of you have some bad blood with former employees. But you know what? Your bad blood with a former employee means you might have bad blood with current employees too. And what any of you were doing with a former employee, you're still doing it with a new employee or a current employee, that needs to be called out. That needs to be exposed. I think former employees are a gold mine for you guys, a gold mine for you. And I'm not saying go back 20 years and all that kind of stuff. Clearly there has to be kind of a little bit of a boundary around how far back you go, but I think it's crucial. Don't push this down the line. Don't kick the can. Don't nitpick this to within an inch of its life and it ends up dead on the floor. Please, please, please don't do this to the employees and the staff. You're showing your colors tonight. You're showing your colors. And you guys have a staff problem, you know it. Do the right thing. Please, everybody's begging you, do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline.
Anyone else? Christy, anyone online?
Rob Pattinson. Go ahead, Rob.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Thank you, Caroline, for excellent comments. It is absolutely critical that former employees be interviewed as part of this process. If you want to get the truth, and that's what this is all about, you have to talk to former employees because they're going to have the ability to be more honest and more revealing than employees who are protecting themselves from retaliation. To finish my opening comments, how about an ordinance to put mailboxes on the same side of the road as the home? The post office hasn't updated their policy to consider the higher speeds, more sources of distraction, and other factors that make it more dangerous today than it has been in the past to cross the street to get mail. No resident of Scio Township deserves to have to risk their life to get their mail. We've already had one resident killed while getting their mail last year. For the past 16 months, members of this board have been addicted to sabotaging their colleague. That dysfunction has now moved on to include the employees and contractors. Like all addicts, change is difficult. Will this board finally give up its addiction and pay attention to the work we elected you to do? That's part of the third party of the contractor. Jessica, you interrupted John 5 times at the beginning of the meeting when talking about FOIA. You also spoke directly into your microphone to make sure you drowned out the point John was making, and he made many valid points. What were you afraid of about FOIAs that makes you interrupt him so much? Kathleen, why didn't you say anything when Jessica was interrupting John? You made a big deal when Jillian interrupted you. Why the double standard? Mariah, in the opening response, you confirmed that the board votes to receive the appeals. Then you and Christy make the ruling on the appeal. I think you just said that you and Christy are the head of the public body because you are the ones making the ruling on FOIA appeals. To the rest of the board, are you comfortable having no vote on the appeals? Is that even legal to give up that responsibility? Ryan, in your report, you said Jessica and Finance got us a AA bond rating. Isn't that the same bond rating we've had for the last 3 years?
No.
Because 3 years ago, it was lowered from AA plus to AA because of board dysfunction and audit reports. So is AA really an achievement, or is it just a continuation of the previously lowered bond rating? Okay, I'm confused about the use of the word deficit. Last year, a big deal was made about the huge deficit. Then Kathleen took over the budget and the deficit went from 2.4 million to 800,000. Now Ryan says the bus millage is in deficit because it's spending more than it's taking in. So a balanced budget means expenditures don't exceed the revenue. Last year, that 800,000 came out of the fund balance or the general fund to make up the difference between expenditures and revenue. If that's not a deficit, please let us know what word describes that event. Is that a budget shortfall? Ryan, you're the financial expert. Can you help? The definition of the word deficit is, quote, a deficit is a financial situation where expenses exceed revenue. The $2.8 million to finish the ZEB pathway, that was a shock. I thought the $1.5 million grant was enough to finish the whole thing. If you're going to spend $1.3 million over the expected costs of the pathway, you absolutely must fund the Route 30 bus. I understand your reluctance to talk to former employees, Kathy. They might tell the truth, and that could be very damaging to the narrative. And I note for tonight that the people who were most resistant to this third party were Kathy, Jessica, and Kathleen. And I think your insistence that Jillian is the problem, you should be confident in a third party investigation. So why the resistance to this third party investigation? Yeah, I think it's very telling. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Christy, anyone else?
Let's see. Paula Gloverson. Go ahead, Paula.
Sorry when I made that statement she should have been saying. I thought I was muted. I talk to myself or yell to myself sometimes when I'm frustrated. That was one of the other meetings. But well, I'm curious how that 14 employee document that was produced tonight here at the end, or maybe it was before, how was that obtained? Who obtained that?
It was in my office when I came back from the Board of Review.
Okay, well, that's all I wanted to know. And
The door was open.
yes, and I want to say, I would like other board members to catch this special. You can watch it. Like I watch every single thing. And I'm going to say this again, how wonderful that we have all of these recordings, documents, all the documents. People can go and look at every document themselves. They don't need an outside source. It's all here. And this is the most transparent board. Even though there's issues, I see what I can look up everything myself, go back and look up things from 4 years ago, and I really appreciate that. Even with my head injury, I have a long memory. But anyway, I have had to deal with this situation one time with a group that I just worked with, and they were having problems, and it wasn't very successful. And then it was within another department, and that department, I think, had a lot of dysfunction of gossip, gossiping people saying unfactual information. I'm big into. I don't want always an opinion. I want a fact. But I'm going to say how this appears to the regular people that don't watch all these things. They had the Band-Aid ripped off. I have people telling me the water is killing me, the water rates. I try to explain to them, hey, we've got to fix these pumps, we've got to do all these things. So when things were, it's like taking care of your house. You can cheap out and just let it crumble, or you can fix it. But for the average person, they say, oh, 50,000. And I personally, and maybe because I'm not an attorney, I'd rather see an HR type of thing. Are you trying to find crime, or are you? That's what it kind of sounds like this Kalamazoo Township did. Or are you trying to figure out how to communicate with one another? And a lot of people, and I'm going to tell you, this Park Road issue, nothing changed. It's gone way back to let's rip out all the trees, 55 mile an hour, and there's little comments all along in all these different films, and I have been looking at these for quite some time. So you had problems with an HOA with the other situation, and thank God we saved that wetland that should have not been in there. And I think you're all doing a lot of good work. We've spent like a year on Jillian's salary, Jillian's legal expenses, and like some of that stuff, it's unrealistic to expect taxpayers to be paying unlimited things, unlimited. That's why I love when certain individuals call for the scope and let's get the facts and get that. And then this is just a side issue that I didn't say to that trash gentleman from, like I just paid my bill last week. They're supposed to do 2 toxic pickups. That's in their contracts. And I would like them to put, like, springtime would be a great time. That's, like May, June, or what, we'd have to get on their billing cycle to make it probably easiest. But, people will throw that stuff in their trash. You have to make an appointment for the toxic stuff and take it there. And part of what I'm paying for is for them to have 2 days out of the year where they will pick up, the things we shouldn't be throwing in our trash to contaminate the water, and that's it. But you guys will do, I think, really well.
just stick to the facts and get some stuff accomplished, which you have. I mean, there's so many things. If I could like list them out that this board, even with what's going on, our investments, our, you know, and projects, I personally was never into the Z pathway, but you're going to complete it. That's a good thing, So
Paula?
anyway, I'll let
Thanks,
you go.
Paula.
Yeah,
It's
thank
late
you.
and have a good night.
You too.
Same to you, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Paula.
Thanks, Paula.
Christy, anyone else?
Let me see. Anyone else want to speak at public comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. There are no hands raised.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn at what time do we have? 11:12. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
Was that April supervisor?
Yes, sure.